A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Lift up your end a little higher, James. That's it. Don't bump into that doorway, Frank. There. At last, you're home, Mary.
Oh, it's home. Don't make any noise, John. I must surprise him. Max will be so surprised.
But...
John, stop. Take me quietly to the living room and have him prepare the big chair for me.
All right, boys. Don't make so much noise.
Oh, dear. At last.
Better pull the chair up closer to the table where Mary can reach for things. That's tough. Now, fix the chair comfy. Let it out and down. Say, that's a force in the chair you have around, Mary. Don't see those old-fashioned chairs much anymore.
Oh, John. Home at last. Oh, how grateful I am.
Now, we'll have to put you in that chair. I think we ought to take you upstairs to the bedroom. Huh, Mary?
No. Don't make so much noise. No, Max will carry me up. He must be here someplace.
All right. Let her down easy, boys. There. All right, fellas. You may go now.
Oh, John. That's funny, John. Where is everybody? Viola and the babies?
I don't know, Mary. Oh. Burberry. Viola.
I did so much want to surprise him. See if Max is upstairs. Maybe he can't hear us.
Max! Max!
I don't understand, John, why nobody's at home.
Well, Mary, you didn't exactly let him know you were coming home from the hospital. In fact, I still think you may be coming out too soon.
No, but I wanted to, John. I wanted so much to surprise them. I wanted to be home with the twins, and I wanted Max where he could come in and put his arms around me and talk to me often. The visiting hours made it hard for him at the hospital.
Yes, I know, but now Viola's probably out with the babies and Burberry's in the garage, possibly. Maybe Max hasn't come home from the bank yet.
Well, he must have. John, I feel so helpless lying here in this chair and the world going right on about its business.
Yes, I know how hard it is for an active person like you, Mary. Time does go faster for a person up on his feet than a man flat on his back. She'll be up on your feet soon, Mary. I know it. You have the grit.
Oh, I want to, John. I want to live and be happy, John. I never realized that before in my life until this time, when I came so close to losing everything.
Yes, Mary, but you mustn't talk too much. Max will be here any moment now, I'm sure. And, Mary, you mustn't let your feelings upset you. You need your strength to get well. And Jimmy and Susan are going to take a lot of it for their attention.
I guess I'm pretty much the baby this time, John.
Not a bit. You're the best patient I've ever had. And I could just keep right on taking care of you.
Oh, I must be patient, but I counted so much on surprising him. I don't know where Max could be.
Mary, you mustn't keep thinking about it. Max will come home soon. You know, I'm a little dubious about your doing this. All this excitement and strain isn't good for you. You need quiet and rest for a while. Don't you think I'd better have the boys take you back to the hospital?
Oh, John, I promise I'll be ever so quiet. Just let me stay here at home. I'll be as quiet as a mouse until Max comes.
That's a promise.
That's a promise.
Remember, Mary, you had a very narrow escape. You must be careful for at least another week. I'll be over every day to see you. No, I'd better get back to the clinic. I'll see if I can find Viola before I go.
Yes, John. Thank you so much.
Right.
I'll be all right here. And send Viola or Max right home if you see them.
Yes, Mary. Bye.
Bye.
Here. Hold that flashlight right down here, Daddy.
It's pretty dark here, Max.
Huh?
Yeah, how's that, better?
Listen, don't worry about me, will you? Is the flashlight better for you? Can you see better?
What you mean, Max?
Why, it's you that I want to see what I've discovered here. I already know.
I see. Huh? I don't see nothing but the bare wall and a piece of black pipe.
Oh, you don't?
No.
A fine Sherlock Holmes you'd make. Now, look again, will you?
What do you mean? Those chicken scratches down there?
Yeah, that's it.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
There's a hole in that pipe.
Well, wise guy, so you finally seen it, huh?
Max, it's been leaking here.
Huh?
Our spring water's been leaking out. Why didn't Carter tell us his old pipe was leaking?
Yeah, why didn't he tell us a couple other things about this basement, huh?
Looks like he tried to fix this hole. What's that white stuff?
Yeah, I'd like to know about that white stuff.
What do you suppose Carter was trying to do here?
You can bet it wasn't anything good. You didn't know about this part of the basement, did you, Daddy?
Well, I did when I had the hotel, but It's been years since I've been down here.
You ever have any pipes in here, then?
No. Sure, that's the fact. Carter's put these pipes through here since he took over.
Sure, of course he did. That's what he said that time at the meeting when he offered us the basement. Said that he laid pipes to the springs for his share of the water, see?
But I don't see why he brought the pipes through here.
Huh?
This is way out of the way of the main part of the hotel.
Hey, why do you suppose Carter does anything? Hey, look at that white powder again.
Mm-hmm.
It's scattered all around the wall and the ground there. Now, what do you suppose that is, huh?
Well, it must be soldering to fix the pipe with, mate.
No, Daddy. Say, listen, ain't you got the sense of a donkey? That's new pipe. And new water pipe don't get holes in it right away.
Right, mate.
Yeah.
Well, let's see that flashlight a minute.
Now, be careful. Don't bump your head on the back of them steps.
Say, what's this?
Huh?
Hey, Max, look at this.
What? Say, it's a can. Oh, why, it looks like it's been fixed into a container with a valve on it.
Hey, there's some white stuff coming out. Be careful now. Don't get it on your shoes.
Hey, Daddy.
Huh?
Look. It's the same stuff like that white powder scattered around. Say, look at this. Here. Do you see this?
Yeah.
That little valve fits right over the hole in the pipe. Here, like that. Now, when the water's turned on, the pressure forces it up into the can.
Hey, boy, are you smart.
Smart? Say, who can't see that?
Well, what you think, Max?
What do I think? Daddy, I think that's the poison that nearly killed Mary.
Hey, I never thought of that.
Well, I did. I thought a lot about it. And I think somebody's going to pay for this, and pay plenty.
You mean
Carter. Benjamin Carter.
No, Max, don't rush off and do anything that's going to make you sorry later.
Now, listen, you leave that to me.
How'd you find it, Max?
Well, I got to thinking about Mary's sickness. I got to figure out how it happened. Yesterday, I was working around the bottling works to find out, and when I hears a noise coming from way off in this corner of the basement, I didn't think anything about it. Maybe a rat. Till I heard something fall. And it must have been this can. I thought maybe somebody was snooping around the bottling works, and so I just moseyed over this way to find out. But it was dark in here, and I didn't have no light.
Hey, wasn't you afraid of being conked over the head?
No, say, listen, I've been in plenty of tough spots. I light a match, but I don't see nobody. But I do see this white stuff scattered around. And water leaking out of that pipe.
Good night, sake, and holy moly. You must almost caught him red-handed trying to cover up their tracks.
Well, if my figuring is correct, they forgot to take away this evidence, the can, and scrape away the powder, see? And when Mary got so sick, they got scared and took the first chance to come down here and clean up the evidence. But they didn't know about me being down here.
Then you suppose...
I don't suppose. I know, Pop. It's Carter.
Yeah, but you didn't see him, did you?
Hey, listen. Do I got to get knocked over the head to figure a thing out?
It don't make no difference, Max. You can't use calculations in court.
Listen, I ain't going to take it to court. I'm going to settle this myself.
No, Max. Don't get your dander up. You got to be sure this is poison. What if it ain't poison and you rush out and do something crazy? What have you got to say then?
Listen, Pop. I ain't going to do nothing crazy. Not until I find out a couple of things first. Here. You scoop up some of that white stuff, will you, in your hands, and then we'll find out.
See, I got a piece of paper.
Yeah.
That.
All right.
That'd be all right.
That's it.
No.
Sure.
And listen, Max,
Yeah?
how do you expect to find these things out?
Listen, Pop, I'll have it sterilized, see? Or whatever Doc Benson says they do with this stuff when they find out what it ain't, see?
And what do you do when you find out what it is?
Listen, Pop, when I find out what I think it is, I'm going to go over and settle accounts with a particular rat in this part of the country. Come on. Let's get out.
Just a minute, Max.
Huh?
Now you listen to me. No matter what this stuff is that you found here, don't you think of yourself. Think of Mary. And don't do anything that will make you sorry.
What have Max and Batty found? Is it the poison that caused Mary sudden and violent illness when she drank that toast of Stratford Springs water several weeks ago? Is it the drug we saw Carter and Miff working with in the basement before Max moved into the bottling works? This is certainly a serious thing, and Batty is quite right. Max doesn't want to be hasty, for it is a job for the police, if it proves to be poison. It looks like our situation is getting down to serious points, and we're not surprised at all that Mary did not find Max there when she was brought home today. Listen tomorrow for the next episode in the life of Mary Sothern and learn what Max finds about this amazing discovery. Your hosts, the makers of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
Lights out. Everybody. Supernatural, the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. Tonight for Ironized Yeast, one of those chilling stories so many of you like. Its title, Murder Castle. But before we begin, Frank Martin with a question.
You know that without food you couldn't live, and without enough vitamins and minerals in your food, you may feel only half alive. If that's how it is with you, if you're losing weight, losing your pep and ambition, and if vitamin B1 and iron shortage is what's to blame, then listen. Ironized yeast tablets give you both vital substances, vitamin B1 plus iron. Today, ever so many people who were short on these substances tell how ironized yeast helped them regain glorious pep and strength and needed pounds, so now they can really enjoy life again. Remember that name, Ironized Yeast Tablets. And now, lights out, everybody.
I tell you, Captain, it don't make sense. We picked her up walking down the street saying the same thing over and over again. Why, she's as goofy as they come, I tell you. Listen to her yourself.
Revenge, revenge, revenge,
revenge, revenge, revenge. Yeah, listen to her, Captain. Over and over again. Such a young and pretty girl. What could have driven her out of her mind like that, I ask you?
Revenge, 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 revenge.
Yes? Yes, what is it?
I'm looking for a Mr. Henry Stewart, if you please.
Oh, you mean about the advertisement?
Yes, that's right. I got here as soon as I could.
That's all right. As long as you got here, that's all that matters. Come in.
Oh, thank you.
Just put your suitcase down there. It'll be all right.
Thank you.
Oh, now, if you'll come right this way.
Thank you.
just step in here, Miss...
Malone. Ella Malone.
Oh, yes, of course, Miss Malone. Now then, you'll have a chair, please.
Oh, thank you.
There we are. Now then, Miss Malone, to be perfectly frank with you, I wasn't quite expecting you today.
Oh, I'm truly sorry, Mr. Stewart. But you see, I took the wrong train and I had the hardest time finding the house. I do hope you'll forgive me.
Of course. Don't give it another thought. Promptness may be a virtue, but we all can't be virtuous, now can we? Now then, you're here in answer to my advertisement.
Yes, sir. You wrote me.
Oh, yes, of course. You're the young lady from...
From Cranesville.
Oh, yes, Cranesville. You have my letter with you?
Oh, yes, sir. Right here, sir.
Yes. Now then, your friends know you came here, of course.
There's no one very much interested, Mr. Stewart.
Oh, come now. A pretty young girl like you, no young beaux, and so on and so on.
No, sir, there's no one. I mean, sir, you can depend on me to give all my attention to my work.
Very commendable indeed. My work, as I wrote you, is entirely confidential. My philanthropies are, to a great extent, entirely sub rosa, no fuss, no feathers. You understand what I mean?
Oh, yes, sir.
As my secretary, my affairs will be entirely in your hands. My checking account, my finances, and so on, entirely in your care.
I understand, sir.
It's quite a responsibility, and you're quite a young woman. And as I wrote you, the bank...
Oh, yes, sir, I understand. The bond, I brought the money for it, $300. I've got it right here, sir.
Oh, fine. That's very businesslike, yes, indeed. I'll give you a receipt, and there we'll be.
Mr. Stewart.
Yes? Oh, my pen. Oh, yes, here we are.
My money. Will I get it back from the bank any time I leave your employ... I mean, when you want me to?
Oh, yes, of course. Now then, here we are. Received of Miss Nellie Malone.
Ella.
Oh, yes, of course, Ella. Memory isn't quite what it used to be. That's why I need a good secretary.
I'm very good at remembering things.
Oh, you are. Now then, here we are. Guess this receipt is in good order. Received of Miss Ella Malone. $300 to be deposited with the Merchants Bank as surety bond, and to be returned to said Ella Malone upon request. There's my signature. Now then, how's that?
I'm sure that'll do very well, sir.
Now, then, you have got my receipt, but I...
I beg your pardon.
Not at all.
Of course, I have it right here. I am sorry.
Oh, well, I understand the excitement of your trip.
Here it is, Mr. Stewart. You see, I had it already in an envelope. Now, if you'll open it...
Oh, no, not at all. Bank can do that when I send it to them in the morning. Now, just put your purse down there, and I'll show you through your new home.
Yes, Mr. Stewart.
Now, we'll go right up these stairs.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, you find I have quite a place here. 3 stories high, and every inch of it my own design.
Rather dark.
Oh, careful now.
Oh, I'm all right.
Mustn't hurt yourself. Hardly the way to start a new job, is it? Now then, here we are. Got a nice room for you, very nice. Fact of the matter is, you can choose any room on this floor.
But... Mr. Stewart, your daughters.
Daughters?
Yes, won't they object? You said any
room. Oh, yes, my daughters. I did write to you about them, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Well, never mind about them. They're upstairs studying. Now, right here. I suggest that you take this room, at least for the night.
Whatever you say, Mr. Stewart.
Get the light on here. There we are. Nice, isn't it?
I've never had such a large room. If you've got one a little smaller...
On the contrary, my dear Miss Malone, you'll find this one small enough. Perhaps a little too small. Yes, indeed. Entirely too small.
But, Mr. Stewart... Locking the door... Mr. Stewart, why did you... Mr. Stewart, why did you lock the door? Mr. Stewart... Mr. Stewart, why have you shut me in here? Mr. Stewart, please answer me. Mr. Stewart, please let me out of here. Mr. Stewart, please let me out of here. It's getting dark in here. Wait! Mr. Stewart, let me out!
Yes, Miss Nord, there's no doubt in my mind at all that you're the very person I want to employ as my housekeeper.
I'm very glad to hear that, Mr. Stewart.
Of course, the matter of being housekeeper of a place as large as mine calls for definite qualities, you understand, of course.
I always do my best, sir.
Well, one certainly can't ask for more than that, no, indeed.
Your wife, maybe she'd like to talk to me.
My wife? Oh, yes, of course. I wrote you about my wife, didn't I?
Yes, sir.
Well, my wife is out shopping. As soon as she returns, you will meet her. I'm sure she'll find your recommendations as satisfactory as I did.
Makes me very happy. I've always wanted to work in a fine house.
Now, about money.
Oh, any salary you want to pay me, Mr. Stewart, it's all right. I just want a chance to show you how good I can do your work.
Very commendable, yes, indeed, very commendable. But we must agree on a salary. I'm the sort of man who has respect for money and expects a similar respect in others. Oh, yes, and speaking of money, you'll be wanting to open a new bank account, I suppose.
Bank account?
Yes, it's my principle that everyone employed by me should have a savings account. Builds character. I'll open an account for you in the morning. You can transfer any other bank accounts you have back in your hometown up to my bank. Convenience, you know.
Oh, no, sir, I haven't got that. I haven't any money in the bank back home. I took it all out.
Oh.
It wasn't much anyway. What was left of Father's insurance money after my mother died.
Oh, yes. Well, now then, supposing you leave all your things here and we'll go look over the house,
That would be very nice.
Here, right through this door.
I'd be glad to be working in such a big house.
Right this way. Oh, yes, quite an establishment here. Designed it all myself.
I'll work hard, Mr. Stewart.
Oh, yes, I'm certain you will. Now then, right down these stairs. I'll show you everything downstairs first.
You have a washing machine?
Huh? Oh, yes. Everything modern, everything convenient. High, wide basement. There you are. Now, watch yourself. It's just a little dark down here this time of day.
Oh, it is a big basement, all right. Could hang up plenty of washing down here.
Oh, yes, indeed. Now, if you'll just come this way.
You building something down here?
Building? Oh, yes, indeed. Always building, always changing, always remodeling. Change. My hobby, always changing things.
Hard to keep clean.
Now, don't you worry about that. Everything will be cleaned up in short order. Bags of sand and concrete mixer, everything will be out of the way. Won't bother you at all. No, not at all. Now, right this way.
You're making more room?
Oh, yes, indeed. With nice, clean concrete floors. Here, look at this one.
Kind of dark.
Oh, come on, get closer. All my own work. You see, the floor is still wet. I like concrete, don't you?
Yes, it is clean.
Yes, covers everything. You know how deep that concrete is? 3 feet deep. Yes, ma'am, 3 feet deep. And I just poured it an hour before you honored me with your presence. 3 feet. That'll make a mighty thick slab of stone, won't it, Miss Nord? Thick enough to cover you. Yes, indeed. A fist at the point of the jaw, still a most effective soporific. You're quite a light woman, my dear Miss Nord. Up you go, and in you go. Face down. What an unusual bed you lie in, Miss Nord. Sinking down and down and down. And the concrete will harden, and I guess I will have to get myself a new housekeeper.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's lean back now and relax for a moment. Let's take time out from tonight's amazing lights-out story, the story of a strange, mysterious mansion, and the one woman who entered those doors and was never seen alive again. Let's turn during this brief intermission to a much more everyday situation and a question that's much easier to answer. An angry girl is storming out of her friend's house. And her friend says,
"What can be wrong with Lucy these days? She crosses a bear and she's losing so much weight she looks terrible. She's just no fun anymore."
Well, you know what that well-known nutrition authority says about how improper eating due to wartime living may cause a person to become deficient in vitamin B1 and iron. and how you absolutely need enough of them to keep your right weight and energy.
Why, come to think of it, that was Ruth's trouble when she got so run down. So she took ironized yeast tablets. And you know how grand she looks and feels again now.
Yes, friends, any number of people who, due to vitamin B1 and iron shortage, were losing weight, losing strength and energy and interest in life, tell how ironized yeast tablets help them regain glorious pep and strength and needed pounds. So if you're short vitamin B1 and iron, don't wait. Go to your druggist this very night and say,
"A bottle of ironized yeast tablets, please."
And now back to our lights out story of Murder Castle.
Hello? Hello, is this the employment agency? This is Mr. Stewart. It's Henry Stewart. I'm interested in employing a nurse for my child. Someone preferably unattached who can live here with my wife and myself. No, just send me their names, addresses, and references and so on. I'll send you a check for the services. My address is 424 East 7th. Yes, that's right, just their names and addresses. Yes, I'll send you a check. Goodbye. Oh, yes, I'll be there. Yes, what is it?
Is Mr. Stewart in?
Oh, yes, indeed. Won't you come in? I'm Mr. Stewart.
Thank you.
You're answering in regard to,
secretarial position. You wrote me a letter.
Oh, yes, indeed. Won't you step in here, please?
Thank you.
Now, you sit there, I'll sit here. We'll get better acquainted. Put your suitcase down there in place. So. Now then, I'm afraid I didn't quite get your name.
Ray. Betty Ray. You wrote me.
Oh, yes, of course. I remember you distinctly. Now then, you have my letter to you just to sort of refresh my memory on the circumstances, don't you know?
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Eh?
I didn't bring it with me.
Oh, well, then suppose you tell me a little more about yourself and all that's happened. Mother and father see you off the train, I suppose?
Oh, no, sir. It's the way I wrote you, Mr. Stewart. I'm quite alone.
Oh, yes. Well, but first there's the matter of the surety bond. I wrote you about that, didn't I?
Yes. Yes, you did.
Ah, yes, I felt quite certain of that.
Mr. Stewart, I was wondering.
Yes?
Have you had many secretaries?
Why do you ask that?
I want to know.
But why do you ask that question?
And what happens to them after you hire them? Tell me what happens to them.
Young woman, just who are you?
My name is Betty Malone.
Malone?
Betty Malone. My sister Ella came here a month ago about a job, and I want to know where she is. Do you hear me? I want to know where she is.
I don't think I quite know what you're talking about.
Why do you lie to me? Why do you lie to me? She was here. She was.
Oh, then what makes you so sure?
A letter you wrote her. The first one. I waited a whole month, and then I came here. And as soon as I saw you, I thought something was wrong. And now I know there is. My sister Ella, where is she? You've got to tell me.
What if I tell you again that I don't know what you're talking about?
I'll go to the police. They'll make you tell the truth. I know she came here. I know she did. Why do you laugh? Why?
Because you're being a very foolish young lady. Very foolish indeed. There's no need to get excited. Of course your sister's here, and very happy, too.
She's here?
Yes, and very happy, too.
Well, then take me to her. Please take me to her.
All right. No need to get excited. Of course I'll take you to her. I intended to all along. I was just having a little joke with you.
Is she all right? Is she all right?
Of course. Now then, come right along with me. Come right along with me. Right along. Yes, she's right up here. Been with me for over a month.
Why didn't she write? Why didn't she tell me?
Now then, right down this hall, and you can ask her that for yourself.
This isn't a trick, is it?
My dear young lady, you have easily the most suspicious mind of anyone I've ever met. Why, I'm quite a helpless old man, and you always have recourse, as you put it, to the police. Here we are, right in this room. Now, go right in.
All right. Well, it's locked.
Well, knock on the door, and she'll open it for you.
Ella? Ella, it's Betty. Let me in, darling. It's Betty. Ella, please. It's Betty, your sister Betty.
Well, now, she certainly is a tight sleeper.
But she can't be sleeping. Open the door. Please open the door.
All right. No reason to get excited.
Quickly, open the door, quickly.
Now, don't excite yourself needlessly. There you are. Go ahead. You open the door.
Ella, it's Betty. Ella, what? Oh!
Now then, my dear Betty, we understand each other clearly, don't we?
Ella. Dead.
Nothing like a complete understanding now, is there?
Ella. Dead.
Oh, it wasn't so difficult. I shut the door, sealed it, and nature took care of the rest.
Ella. Dead.
She died quite easily. Much easier than others.
Why?
You mean, why do I do it? It's a very simple explanation, young woman. This is my business. Yes, my business. Some men make their fortunes in stocks, some bonds, some in business. And this is my business.
Why?
Why is any business conducted? Profit, my dear. And I've made quite a neat little profit. Oh, yes, and a very safe one, too.
Ella, dead.
Yes, and you're the very first to come wandering about looking for one of my customers. The first. And I assure you, the last. Oh, yes, 30 women have come in my front door.
Ella.
31, including you and Ella. Come on along.
No.
I'll tell you all about them. You'll find it most instructive. Yes, indeed. Now, come.
Don't hold my arm.
But I must. These collars, they twist and turn. Oh, yes, it's best I hold your arm. Get lost easily around this house. My most interesting house.
Where are you taking me?
Yes, there were 30 before you. Most interesting array. I used to read the want ads in small-town papers, and then I'd write letters. Oh, most interesting letters. I needed a secretary, a housekeeper, nurse, excellent salary, unusual accommodation.
Somehow, Ella, I knew this had happened.
Indeed. And they brought all their worldly belongings with them, generally in a suitcase. Little here, a little there. Oh, why, sure, it's been most profitable. Now, in this room, for example...
No, don't open that door.
No, perhaps it would be better not to. The one in here came to be my housekeeper. Oh, let me see. How long ago was it? Oh, well, no matter. She came as a housekeeper, and after she went into a retirement in that room, I found in her suitcase such interesting bonds. Why, I tell you, my eyes fairly popped right in my head. Oh, yes. It's the uncertainty that makes my little business so very fascinating.
Killed 30 women.
Now, let's go down a little way now, down here. Oh, don't make me pull you along.
Killed 30 women.
It wasn't difficult. Most women are such fools, anxious to believe what they want to believe.
They came here for life, and you gave them death.
Ah, you're the smart one. That's why I'm even bothering showing you my work. I never did the others. And showing you around won't do harm. You won't be talking long.
30 women died.
Now, in this room... Oh, let me open it and show you.
No, don't make me look. No, please don't. No.
Oh, you see? There's no reason for excitement, just an empty room. That's what she thought when she went in here. Then I pressed this button, so. And the floor flopped open as she stood on it, and down she went. Down, down, down. Yes, into what? A pit of lime.
Ella, dear.
Oh, yes, I tried out so many different ways of killing them. You wonder why they'll never find me out? Well, I'll tell you why. Because I'm much too smart for all of them. Oh, not perfect crimes. No, nothing infantile, but just cleverness in choosing the women I do my business with, and an equal cleverness in doing away with them. Oh, yes, indeed. Now then, what was I telling you? Oh, yes. Why, they'll never get me.
Ella, seeing you, it's done things in my head.
No corpus delicti. And if there is one, no evidence of violence. Ah, there, that's the secret.
Were you very frightened, sister?
Pearl of quicklime, there was no corpus delicti. After that, I can tell you. Not when you bury them in a slab of concrete. Ah, yes, that's the secret.
If I could only have been with you, little sister.
Now, this room, let me show it to you. I think this will be your room, my dear.
You're very frightened.
You see the door? Airtight, yes, indeed. I'll open it. The room. Amazing sight, isn't it? No doors, no windows.
I could have helped you, Ella.
Now, I'll shut you up inside the room, then I'll close the door and press this button here like this. You hear that, little one? You hear that? Pumping, pumping, pumping. And guess what is pumping?
Ella, my hair.
You hear me? Pumping the air out of the room. Yes, that's clever, isn't it? You breathe, and soon there'll be nothing there to breathe, and then you'll die. And if the police do find your body, no mark of violence, nothing but asphyxiation. A most mysterious death, they'll say. In time, they'll decide it's all quite natural. Embolism, heart attack. Oh, they'll think up a fancy name to clear their files. Yes, indeed, they always do.
It isn't right for him to live with it.
Now, first, off with the pump. Now, my dear, I think you'd better step inside. Quickly now, so I can close the door and go about my other work. Quickly, I tell you.
No, wait.
Wait for what?
I want to give you something.
What can you give me that doesn't belong to me already?
This.
Gun.
Get in there. Get in that room.
Gun. You had a gun in your purse all the time.
My father's. I brought it for the man who... Ella. Get in that room.
No. What are you going to...
Get in there or I'll press the trigger. Get in there, I'll kill you.
No, don't.
Get in.
Don't. I'm an old harmless man. I was only fooling. I wouldn't hurt you for the world.
Revenge. It's right to revenge, isn't it, Ella? He said to press this button, Ella. The pump. It's running, Ella. Listen to it. It's killing him the way he killed you. It's right to revenge, isn't it, little sister? Right to revenge. 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 Right to revenge.
The air. It's going out. The air. Shut off that motor out there. You hear me? Shut off that motor. Pumping out the air. Pumping it out. The pipe. The air going out. I can't reach the pipe. Shut it off, you devil out there. Shut it off. It'll kill me. Kill me. It's getting thin already. Shut it off. I'll give you anything you want. Shut off that pump. I can't die. I won't die. I'll tear the walls down. Let me out of here. Air. Man's got the web here. Let me out. Let me out. Well, my ears. Can't hear. Drums breaking. Blood in my mouth. My eyes. No air. Bleeding. Air. Give me air. Lots of air. Air.
Revenge. 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 Revenge.
Revenge. Yes, listen to her, Captain.
Revenge.
Over and over again.
Revenge.
Such a young and pretty girl.
Revenge. Revenge.
What could have driven her out of her mind crazy like that?
Revenge. Revenge.
What, I ask you?
Revenge. Revenge.
Well, Mr. Oboler, and I suppose they all died happily ever after.
You put things so sweetly, Mr. Martin. The dark corners of the human mind are the deepest dark, I believe, of anything in the universe. Speaking of darkness, how would you like to turn back the pages of that nebulous stuff known as time to the Sakhalin of Tsarist Russia?
You mean right now, Mr. Oboler?
You know the answer to that as well as I do, Frank. It's always after you've had your say for ironized yeast.
Remember, friends, if you're deficient in vitamin B1 and iron, if that's why you're so under par in weight and strength and energy, then get ironized yeast tablets right away. Now, of course, a rundown condition may be due to other causes. If in doubt, see your doctor. But if you're simply short vitamin B1 and iron, remember, ironized yeast has been so successful in such cases that it's sold on this no-risk, money-back basis. If you don't begin to eat better, to look and feel much stronger, peppier, and more alive, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. Now, what is this about Sakhalin? Isn't that the Russian island up above Japan?
Yes, but our story concerns itself only about the Sakhalin, or Sakhalin, which was used as an execution ground, and it was a sort of a macabre education ground and a devil's island against the enemies of the Tsar. It's a strange story of man's inhumanity to man in one of the strangest places this world has ever known. But be with us again as usual next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's eerie story, Sakayin. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
Friends, taking care of those hard-to-replace white shoes is easy. Buy a shoe white that's more than just a whitener. Buy Energine Shoe White, made by cleaning specialists, makers of famous Energine cleaning fluid. It not only whitens your shoes, but its cleaning and conditioning action helps Energine Shoe White give you a smooth, even, long-lasting job. So use Energine Shoe White. It keeps your shoes looking better, longer. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Tonight's terrible tale takes place in an old ramshackle hotel where even death can spend the night, providing he pays his money in advance. Payable to Archie Davis, the night receptionist.
5 shillings and no questions asked. You've got loot in your sock and the crown jewels hidden in the lining of your coat. It's still the same 5 shillings. On a job like mine, your mind fogs up. Your world gets as small and shabby as the wallpapered lobby. And then, one night, an old man arrives, stiff in the knees and grey in the face, like a walking corpse, but elegant. An aristocrat on the wrong side of town.
I want a room for the night.
Yeah, sign, yeah. Reuben Small, is it?
Yes, Reuben Small.
That'll be 5 shillings in advance. Room 31. Here's your key.
Young man.
What?
Do you have a hotel safe?
Yes.
This portfolio, I'd like to deposit it. It has some value.
Right, I'll lock it up.
A receipt, please.
A receipt? Yes, a receipt. Here you are. The staircase is over there. Room 31 is 2 up.
You have no lift?
It's out of order. Too much to climb?
Yes, I'm not well in my heart.
Try one step at a time. Rest on the landings.
Yes, I suppose. Can I summon you from my room?
The sign behind me reads no room service.
Yes, but in an emergency, if it's a matter of distress...
Press the bell, if it's an emergency like that. A cardiac case in room 31, a portfolio to be locked up in the safe. A beautiful leather case that makes your fingers do a nervous dance. You sneak a look, and your girl too.
Archie, you shouldn't.
Shut up, baby.
Oh, Archie, look.
Count it, baby.
Archie, no.
Go on, have fun. There's no law against counting other people's money.
I can't count it. That much money frightens
It's
me.
indecent, isn't it? £5,000.
So much in cash.
Lush cash. Seed the ground with dreams, baby, and lush cash grows.
Put it in the safe.
You can't lock up a dream, baby.
Archie, stop staring at it. Stop torturing yourself.
Torture? I'm on a golden horse riding in the sky.
Put it out of your mind.
To do that, I'd have to go out of my mind.
You mean to steal it?
An old man signed in to die in room 31, so I could be rich.
An old man signed in.
Reuben Small, the phoniest name ever invented. In the morning, there'd be a corpse in room 31 named Reuben Small.
Why are you so sure he's going to die?
I know. Because my luck's long overdue.
Archie, not murder.
You're sane all your life and you smile. Good morning. Hello to old ladies, and then all of a sudden something snaps.
Archie, you can't do it. You're too good.
He's gonna die. His own way, Irene.
His own way?
Listen to that switchboard. It's room 31. It's an emergency. It's death buzzing me to say, room 31's checked out. It was death calling from 31. I could see it standing over the old iron bed, putting the final touch on a man with hardly enough breath left to say goodbye.
Yeah, young man.
Yes?
Come closer.
I can't.
Please. I'm dying.
You're dead.
There are things to tell you.
I don't want to hear. I already know all I want to know. You're alias Reuben Small. You're something that crept in out of the night with a grey moustache and a cane. 5 bob. You've just about had enough to pay for a deathbed.
My portfolio.
I never saw it. You left it in the cab. You dropped it down the sewer. You must be kidding. The only thing you brought into this place is Mr. Death standing over your bed. Irene didn't smile at fortune. Instead, she wept for the corpse.
To rob the dead, it's ghoulish.
Grab the case, Irene, and run.
Archie, I can't.
Board a train for Rosedale, where your grandmother lives.
No.
You're visiting your grandmother until I can join you. Until I know what goes on at the hotel. Guard the case of your life. It's our whole future. It's wedding bells and a honeymoon. It's people calling me sir.
You lost all conscience.
Lose yours. It's one luxury we can never afford again, even with 5,000. Now start running. Irene obeyed, and now the night drags. In the longest night of your life, you wait for the morning discovery of a corpse in room 31. You wait, and the fog in your mind gets heavier. Your nerve begins to go, and you begin to imagine things. Switchboard's buzzing. From room 31. In room 31, back for a second look at death. Back to see how a dead man could call a switchboard.
You took a long time coming.
What?
I say, you took a long time coming.
Oh, I was away from the desk. How did you get in here?
Through the lobby, up the stairs.
Oh. What's funny?
You. The way you crept in here. Your face white and your knees trembling. Did you really think a corpse was telephoning?
A corpse?
Don't pretend now. Your face and behaviour betray you. You knew my husband was dead when I rang.
He was your husband?
He was Martin Bruce. I'm Jessica Bruce. Your name?
Archie Davis.
Why didn't you report my husband's death at once? Oh, I see. You're not going to incriminate yourself.
Oh, what does that mean?
The valuables my husband left for safekeeping. Were you hoping to keep them?
He didn't leave any valuables for safekeeping.
No?
No.
My husband left home with £5,000 in cash. He'd realised from the sale of some property. He carried it in a brown leather portfolio.
He never came in here with it.
You swear to that?
Until I'm blue in the face.
Then it's your good fortune that I went through my late husband's pockets before the police did.
Why is it my good fortune?
See this? A receipt issued by you for a portfolio my husband deposited.
All right. I'll give back the portfolio, but I can't right away.
I didn't ask for it back. Right away. Or ever, Archie.
No?
I'm glad you stole it. It gives us a common purpose.
What common purpose?
Profit, Archie. Your profit and my profit. You're shocked at my lack of sentiment for the dead.
No. Old Greybeard married a young blonde.
But I was cheated. Martin had very little money while he lived.
Why that emphasis?
His death can be worth $50,000 to his widow.
Is that what's to be our common purpose?
Yeah. That's how you keep the £5,000.
Give me the details.
His insurance policy has a double indemnity clause. It provides against accidental death in any manner, shape or form.
But a bad heart attack killed him in bed.
No. His car skidded and crashed through a rail. He died of drowning at the bottom of a river.
You expect to stage it like that?
I expect you to stage it like that. He registered here under an assumed name.
Reuben Small.
Nobody knows Martin Bruce stayed here, died here. He met his death, just as I described.
You want me to do a lot for £5,000?
Martin's dead anyhow. You just changed the story of his death.
If I refuse? What?
A charge of robbery against you.
You really rub it in, eh?
I'll prosecute to the limit. What can you lose my way?
Where's his car?
Round the corner. I followed him here to the hotel with it.
Supposing I'm seen carrying him around the corner.
We'll keep him between us. He's drunk and we're helping him. Lift him up, Archie.
Jessica.
What?
Look at his face.
Well?
The grin.
It's the way his mouth wrinkles.
He wasn't grinning when I found him before.
Archie! Don't be an hysterical fool.
He didn't die with that grin. There was pain on his face.
You're talking nonsense. A dead man doesn't...
He's changed expression since we met in this room, you and me. Since listening to our scheme. He's grinning now as if...
As if? Archie?
As if he knows the joke's going to be on us.
I did it the way Jessica ordered it done. I staged the accidental death of a man already dead. On a bridge with the corpse propped against the driver's wheel and the car in gear. Quite a stunt to pull off. I almost didn't jump out of the car in time. I watched it sink. A giant fish slipping back in the deep. I reported back to Jessica Bruce in the place she'd picked for us to meet in.
How did it go?
By the time I left him, the grin had spread to his ears.
Talk to me, not at me.
You're a widow. The second time tonight.
Drink with me.
Champagne, eh?
The piano piece is my request.
Misery blues?
Me.
With £50,000 coming?
I danced in a chorus till I was married.
Fine time to be reminiscing. What did your late husband think?
Bleached my hair, Anna. Platinum, gold and blue.
And what's it now?
Ash. All bait for the fish. I had beauty for sale.
Just pick your favourite hair dye.
The customers insisted on it. They wanted an illusion from 10 p.m. to 2. 4 hours. I had 24 more hours nobody wanted.
So now you hate men?
Now I hate men.
That includes me.
You more than anybody. Surprised?
No. You clawed your way to £50,000. You finally climbed out of your bottle of air dye for good. Everything's perfect, except I've got something on you. I am a shadow across your sun.
You're smart, Archie.
You'd order champagne for the house if I were dead.
Champagne for the world.
You gonna try to murder me?
I don't dare. I'll worry about you because I'm a warrior. But I think you won't ever give me any trouble.
Won't I?
No. You murdered Martin Bruce tonight.
And how's that exactly?
You killed him in your hotel. A pillow on his face until his heart collapsed. And you staged the plunge off the bridge.
To get you £50,000.
To get yourself £5,000. We never met, Archie. You're a liar and a murderer. We never met. I'll swear that with every ounce of breath I have.
You won't have to. I'm as scared for my £5,000 of me as you are for your £50,000 of you. Funny. Martin Bruce died of a heart attack. The man I propped against the driving wheel was already dead. I am innocent of something and I'm guilty of something. But what? It gets terribly confusing.
You're mad. You're a walking, talking lunatic. I can't trust you, Luce. I won't sleep. I won't ever sleep.
The morning papers had it. Martin Bruce, 65, retired investment counselor, victim of automobile disaster. Pageant Hotel, yes?
Archie, this is Irene.
How's Rosedale and your grandmother, baby?
Fine. Archie, is everything all right?
Oh, everything's great.
Are you sure?
No blood pressure, baby, please.
Room 31.
We imagined it.
Imagined it?
The room's empty, clean as a whistle. No one's been in it for more than a month even to sweep. Nothing's been in 31.
Archie, you're not making sense.
The only real thing is that certain precious item you're hanging on to for dear life. Do you understand that?
Yes, Archie.
Mink and places to show it off in, baby. Fill your pretty mind with stuff like that. Only pretty stuff like that.
Yes, Archie.
Tomorrow or the next day, I'll let things simmer here for a while. Tomorrow or the next day. Tomorrow or the next day. Provided today doesn't put the boot to your dreams as it did to me. The boot was a cheap shoe, but out at the toe to give Lomax's corns a breath of air. Lomax ran a tailoring shop next door to the pageant. Lomax always announced himself by ringing the desk bell.
Archie!
What's on your greasy mind, comedian?
These 2 suits are pressed.
Then deliver them. You know where the stairs are.
But I don't have a room.
Who is it for?
An old gentleman. Now, what was the name he gave me? Oh, yes, Reuben Small. I'm waiting, Archie.
You must be making a mistake, Lomax.
Mistake?
That name. What was it again?
It's still Reuben Small.
There's nobody here by that name.
You're positive?
Of course, you've got the wrong hotel.
But I wrote it down, on this slip.
Well, it only proves you made a mistake. You must have this place in your brain.
But it's all clear to me.
A busy cockroach like you, pressing clothes while you're on the phone, taking bets with a steam iron burning a hotel in somebody's trousers. And all the time your fat, stupid wife screaming murder at you. How can anything be clear to you?
Look at the suits. Fine, expensive tailoring. That's why I'm clear. In 20 years, nobody once brought suits into my shop. That's why I positively remember this Reuben Small said he was going to register for a room next door, here, in the pageants.
Why are you making a case out of it?
Because maybe I know I got a case.
And that remark means?
The newspaper on your desk. The story of how Mr. Martin Bruce came to die. You never credited Lomax with so much brains.
No. I had you underrated. How'd you tie the two together?
A letter left in Mr. Reuben Small's jacket, see? Here, on the envelope it reads, Mr. Martin Bruce.
What do you want?
Make me an offer.
Give me time to think.
Why not? Time's the only thing that's free.
Don't oversell yourself on this. There's not much to it.
Not much to a man who goes to sleep in the pageant and wakes up in the river. Archie, please, don't insult me.
Lomax's share had to come from Jessica. My £5,000 was too thin to spread around. I found her at home, still feeling sorry for herself, to the same tune.
Caught a disease when I was only an infant, Archie. Wouldn't eat, wouldn't sleep. I lay in my crib and I cried.
I'm here to talk important business, Jessica.
I called a doctor, but he couldn't diagnose my sickness. It wasn't the measles, it wasn't chicken pox or anything.
It was early insanity.
I knew the true diagnosis. I was only 3. I couldn't even talk yet, but I knew what my disease was. I was sick of life. At 3, I was already sick of life. You here for money?
Yes, I'm being blackmailed.
Blackmailed?
Before registering at the pageant, your ex left 2 suits with a tailor named Lomax.
Well?
Lomax figured it all out.
Well?
The 5,000 I took from the case is the exact size of my dream. The money to quiet Lomax comes from you. Tell me the joke.
I haven't got a penny.
You've got £50,000 coming.
I haven't got anything
Don't
coming.
be funny.
I've been cheated again. The insurance policy with a double indemnity accident clause
Yes?
is null and void. My adoring husband let it lapse. He simply didn't keep the premiums up. Now, you tell me the joke.
A grin on his face. Now we know what that grin was for. The late Martin Bruce was laughing at his widow.
And perhaps you too.
Why me too?
Your £5,000, perhaps you won't be able to keep it after all.
Who's going to take it from me?
I am. I get it, or you go to jail as my husband's murderer.
You really think you can put that over?
I can try. I'll try anything not to go back on the chorus line.
Yes, you would. Down with men, all kinds. They're only trying to squeeze you back into a bottle of air dye. Yes, you boil me in oil without thinking twice.
Well then?
What about the tailor, Lomax?
I have no concern with Lomax.
No? Oh, I'm on the spot with him, eh? Me, all by my lonesome.
A man knows how to deal with a man.
Would that be a subtle way of saying murder?
What else can you do?
I kill Lomax to save myself, but I give you the 5,000. I don't only hold the bag, I get into it.
You have no alternative.
I have one. One, Jessica.
Archie, stop.
If I'm gonna kill Lomax, why should I shy away from the same to you? Why should I, Jessica?
You're in a web and trying to tear your way free with your hands. The thing about a web is that it doesn't always look like what it is. Sometimes it's a lady's throat with a rope of pearls that break under your hands. Other times, the web's the fat, sweaty neck of a tailor.
It's the grubby neck of a leech named Lomax trying to make a meal of your sanity. What's he done? Oh, my foolish mistake.
I've got £5,000 and a date with my girl. She's dreaming pretty thoughts of mink and places to show it off. I'm going to marry her and live with her until I die, Lomax. We'll have 5, 10 kids and not one of them will have to work at the pageant. You don't want to spoil a picture like that, do you, Lomax?
Archie, just a thing.
Oh, fatten up. Get back to your grandmother's and pack. The next train leaves in an hour.
Leaves? Where to?
To the coast.
Oh.
Money's for burning, baby. Stop thinking like a waitress.
I can't stop thinking like a waitress.
You will. We've got places to go and money to burn.
We haven't any money to burn, Archie.
Stop being funny.
I didn't hide the portfolio, Archie. Or keep it.
What?
I gave it to my cousin's chief, Inspector Briggs. He's a man with understanding and heart. He promised to do everything he humanly can for you.
Inspector Briggs promised to do everything he can for me.
He's going to join us for a heart-to-heart talk with you. It's a small crime now, the theft of money. One small crime, but it becomes a pattern. It grows into other crimes. Archie, you've become a hopeless criminal unless you're stopped. No.
I'll become a hopeless criminal.
We'd have no future together. Not with stolen money.
No future together.
Giving back the money as I did for you, that'll be easy with you. He promised. It shows you are tempted, foolish, but you're not a thief. Not deep down. You'll be glad for what I did when you're over the shock. Archie, you'll be glad.
The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
The Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, The Dark Room.
Moving around the crowded dance floor, holding Anne close to him, Stephen Lacey discovered that at last he was beginning to relax. The trial, the war of words waged with the district attorney, the final unexpected victory and the excitement afterwards had been almost too much for him. He was grateful that it was over now and hoped that with Anne's help he could somehow set things right again. Someday be welcome at parties like this.
What is it, Steve? What are you thinking?
About your uncle. How he must feel about me.
Impressed, I'm sure. Everybody else in that courtroom was.
But he was so determined.
What of it? A district attorney can't win every case he prosecutes, even if he is my uncle.
He was so convinced Sean Fenton was guilty.
And you were just as convinced he wasn't. And that's what public defenders are for, and... Oh, please, Counselor. Worry about someone else for a while, will you?
I'm sorry, Anne. If he weren't your uncle...
Oh, Stevie isn't even thinking about the case. Too many other things on his mind. You know why he's giving this party, don't you? He's running for governor.
Governor? I had no idea.
Yes, he's announcing his candidacy tonight. Oh, there he is now. Uncle Frank! Uncle Frank!
Yes? Oh, Anne, everything all right? I was...
Good evening, Mr. Keniston.
Lacey?
Why, everything's wonderful. We just wanted to wish you luck on your speech tonight, Uncle Frank.
Lacey, I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
To me? Of course.
Excuse us a minute, Anne?
Do I? Oh, all right. Please don't be too long.
I'll go out on the terrace. Won't be interrupted.
Nice night. Yeah.
I'm sorry about today, Mr. Keniston, but I argued that case the way I saw it.
And very neatly, too. I think you proved to the jury that Sean Fenton was quite innocent.
You mean I didn't prove it to you?
Yes, you did.
Oh, then that's what you want to tell me, that it's all over.
No, Lacey, it's just beginning. I'm far from through with Sean Fenton.
What?
Lacey, you're new to this business. I don't think you've learned that there's often more to a case than just what's being presented.
I don't follow you.
Fenton has a past record. Served time twice for embezzlement.
I know all about that, but it's a past record.
You proved he was clean on this last count. But I know the man's a menace to society, and I'm going to put him behind bars.
I see.
Matter of fact, I got an anonymous call tonight. Somebody who suggested that we look up a man in Seattle, a fellow named Josh Hogue.
What about him?
Well, Hogue wants to talk for some reason. Tell us some things we ought to know about Sean Fenton. Some things that might prove a lot more important than a forgery charge.
Mr. Keniston, are you telling me you'd put any stock in an anonymous telephone call?
Well, I'm telling you things I think you ought to know for your own good and my niece's. I happen to believe this tip. I'm sending a man to Seattle first thing in the morning.
I'll bet you do. To make yourself look good.
And what do you mean by that?
You're right, Mr. Keniston. I am new in this business. But not so new that I can't smell cheap publicity for a political campaign.
Why, you ungrateful.
Must have been a big disappointment. On the night you announced your candidacy, the papers couldn't also say you just won another case.
Why, you'll be sorry you said that.
Because I upset your apple cart? Only you're not through. You're going to fight the case in the papers. Scrape up...
Uncle Frank.
Go inside, Anne. We're talking.
No, you're not. You're quarreling. Steve, I want
It's
you
all
to...
right, Anne. We can settle this if you'll only go in...
No, don't stop. Stay, Steve. It won't settle anything.
Anne.
I want you to go, Steve, right now. Please.
What? All right, I'll go. Good night, Anne.
I'll call you tomorrow.
You're trembling as you grab up your coat and leave the house, aren't you, Steve? Shaking and upset as you enter a bar a few blocks away. And instead of your own reflection in the big mirror in front of you, it's Frank Keniston's, smiling that cold, selfish smile. And then you see something that adds to your hatred of Keniston. A man in a worn striped suit. A friendly-looking man whose innocence you proved in a courtroom today. He hurries forward instantly to clasp your hand.
Mr. Lacey, Counselor, I was hoping you'd stop by. Buy you a drink, huh? Buy you a drink?
No, thanks, Sean. I've had a drink. Oh, what's doing?
What's doing? You should ask that, Counselor? I'm celebrating. See, the table there? I've got friends.
Sure,
huh?
sure you have.
Come on, meet them.
No, another time.
No, not another time, Counselor. Now, when the mood is right, huh? When you've just won.
I'm not at all sure I have one.
Huh?
We satisfied a jury today, Sean. We didn't satisfy Frank Keniston. He's going to keep digging, find something else.
But there isn't anything else. I've done nothing. Besides, with you on my
the
side...
facts were on your side, Sean. If they hadn't been, I wouldn't have gone along.
That's right. He's just got it in for me, Counselor, like always.
Sean, how's Josh Hogue?
Who?
You've some friends in Seattle, haven't you?
Seattle? No. What are you getting at, Counselor? I've never been in Seattle.
So I knew it. He's trying to dig up something on you to help his campaign.
Forget it, Counselor.
I'm
not
back
afraid.
there and really
now, wait
show
a
him.
minute, Counselor. You can't go anywhere like this. Whatever it is, stop it. Put it out of your mind.
It's not so easy. Keniston claims he got a phone tip from someone in Seattle tonight. He's threatening to use it against you.
But the case is over. He can. Oh, look, Counselor, there's no need to worry. Let's forget it. Come on now, stay with me. Meet my friends, huh?
I don't
Let
know.
me buy you that drink, huh? My privilege. And we'll talk about other things. Bartender, Dave.
Yeah.
Fix the drinks, huh? Drinks for everyone. Come on, Counselor, drink up.
Any friend of Sean's is a friend of mine. I'm buying, Counselor.
Around again, bartender, around again.
I thought I heard the phone. Where? I'm home. How did I get home?
Yes, Steve. You sink back, surprised to find yourself lying half-dressed in your own bed. For a few moments, you stare up at the ceiling, unable to remember anything. Then, as you doze off, you have a vague impression of walking into a darkened room, of sharp words, a struggle.
Who was it?
But before you can remember anything more...
Oh, the phone again.
You get to your feet, walk painfully across the room to the phone, catching a glimpse of yourself in the mirror. There's a cut over one eye and a red welt across the back of one hand.
Yes.
Steve, it's Anne. I've been trying to get you.
Anne?
I've got to see you right away. Steve, they found Uncle Frank.
Found him?
In his study this morning. He was murdered sometime around 3 o'clock.
With the prologue of The Dark Room, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But first, friends, a question. What gasoline is known as the Go Farther gasoline? Well, if you've lived out west any length of time, you know that Signal is known from Canada to Mexico as the Go Farther gasoline. Now, naturally, we're mighty proud of Signal's famous mileage. But even more so, we're proud of the extra efficiency Signal gasoline gets from your motor, which makes such mileage possible. For when your motor runs more efficiently, you also enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, and smoother knock-free power, the things which make driving more fun. That's why folks who want superior performance, as well as those who insist on mileage, are both switching to Signal. They've discovered that to get the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's coming back to you, isn't it, Steve? As you stand at the telephone there, listening to Anne. You remember the quarrel with District Attorney Frank Keniston, the party with Sean and his friends, then awakening in your own room. And suddenly the terrible nightmare returns. Again you recall walking into that darkened room, and now it seems to be Frank Keniston's study and the man with whom you struggled.
Steve! Steve, what's wrong, Steve?
You hang up on Anne, abruptly, afraid to talk to her, to see her until you find out for sure. You do your best, taking care of your cut face, the bruised hand, then dress and go downstairs to talk with Mrs. Everett, the apartment house manager. There are a few things you must know, Steve, answers you might have to have for the police.
Why, yes, I heard you come in, Mr. Lacey, a little after midnight.
Midnight? You're sure of the time?
Oh, quite sure.
You see, I'd been to a bar.
Oh, I knew that, Mr. Lacey. You were not exactly quiet coming in.
I'm sorry. There was a little celebration after the trial.
Oh, you don't have to apologize, Mr. Lacey. Nice to know you're human. You're so quiet and reserved.
Well, you're certain it was me that you heard, Mrs. Everett?
Oh, yes. You woke me up. My apartment being right under the stairs here.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And then when you came down, I opened the door to see if you were all right.
I came back down?
Yes, and went out again.
No.
I didn't hear you come in the second time. You must have been feeling a little better.
Mrs. Everett, did you actually see me going out?
Oh, absolutely. You were wearing that checked overcoat of yours. Just going through the front door as I glanced out.
My coat? Where is... I must have left it someplace.
Sorry, Mr. Lacey, your coat's just not here. Like I said, I'm pretty sure you were wearing it when you left.
And I didn't come back.
No, I was on duty right up till closing time.
Look, Dave, you remember I was with some people, Mr. Fenton and some friends of his.
Yeah, I remember. They had quite a party. I wanted you to go with him, but you left. Said there was something you had to attend to.
Did I mention what it was, Dave, or where I had to go?
What's on your mind, Mr. Lacey?
Oh, nothing, really. I had a few too many. Just wondered if I got out of line or anything.
Why don't you forget it, Mr. Lacey?
Forget it?
You know, I've been in this business a long time. Sometimes when I'm standing back here polishing glasses and filling them, I see and hear quite a few things I shouldn't.
Oh?
I always make it a habit to forget them.
Okay, Dave.
Well, sure is a nice day today, Mr. Lacey.
Dave.
Yes, Mr. Lacey?
Did you know either one of those guys we were drinking with?
Remember the big guy?
Vaguely.
Runs a pool hall over on 17th Street. Name's Al something or other. He's always around.
Thanks, Dave.
Mr. Lacey.
Yeah?
Leave me out of it. You remembered meeting him.
Okay. I remembered meeting him.
By the way, what do you want to see him about?
As you said, nice day today, isn't it?
You want to rack up, buddy?
No, thanks. Al around?
You got business with him?
Yeah, we're old friends.
You see him around?
That's him. Back there, isn't it? Last table?
Yeah. Al, somebody wants to see you. Send it back. Go ahead, buddy. That takes you, Joey. What can I do? Oh. Well, how you feeling this morning?
I'm all right, Al. Talk to you a minute?
Well, ain't we talking? Oh. Joey, get lost, huh? Business. Okay.
Okay. Al, I don't know you very well, but I'm a good friend of Sean Fenton's, and I couldn't reach him.
Oh, you want Sean? Hey, he'll be back. Probably buying some stuff. He's going to take a vacation. Hey, a friend of mine's getting his ticket.
I don't have to talk to him particularly. Maybe you can help.
Well, sure.
I'm a little mixed up about last night, Al. If anyone was to ask just when I left you guys...
You want us to say you didn't leave us, that it?
No, I was only trying to find out...
We'll say it. That settle your problem?
No, Al, you misunderstand.
Oh, that's so? Well, straighten me out, pal. Straighten me out.
Maybe you can straighten me out. Did I say anything about where I was going when I left you?
Listen, pal, I had a few myself, you know. Well, you were sort of belligerent-like. But if you said anything, well, I'll see that none of us mentions it. That what you want?
Oh, thanks, Al, but no, that won't settle anything for me.
I'm sorry.
Look, will you have Sean get in touch with me at my apartment? Here's a card. My number's on it.
Oh, sure thing. Got your number now. Hey, Consular?
Yeah, Al. Guess you have.
You find your overcoat, Mr. Lacey?
No, Mrs. Everett. Sorry to trouble you again, but... Well, now I've misplaced my keys. Or left them in the apartment.
Lost out, Mr. Lacey. Well, this is your day. I'll get you another one.
Thanks. Anybody around asking for me?
Your young lady called.
Oh?
Seemed awfully upset. There you are. She tried your number, then she rang me. She wanted you to call her back as soon as you got in.
Yeah, well, thanks, I will.
Say, is she related to the attorney Kinston? You know, the one
Yes,
who was...
that's his niece.
Oh, poor thing, and no wonder. I was just reading about it. Horrible, the things that happened
Yeah,
to
well,
these
thanks for the key, Mrs. Everett. I'll return it as soon as I find mine.
Oh, and one more thing. I almost forgot. A package came for you.
Package?
Yes, it's right here. You know, come to think of it, perhaps this is your overcoat. Someone could have found it and mailed it.
It's probably a suit I ordered. Mrs. Everett, do you mind if I use your phone a moment?
Oh, not at all. Go right ahead. If you'll excuse me, I left my eye in the
Yes,
car.
of course. Thank you.
Hello?
Anne?
Steve, where have you been? I've been trying to get you.
I know. Anne, I got the package.
Your coat?
And you did send it.
darling,
Let me do the talking. There isn't much time. Somebody might hear. I want to meet you in about an hour. Drive your car out to the 27th Avenue entrance of North Park. When I drive by, follow me. We'll find someplace where we can talk.
All right, Steve. I'll leave right away.
No, I've got something to do first, and I might want to get in touch with you. Stay there until I call again.
Yes.
And
Yes, Steve?
don't talk to anyone until I've seen you.
All right, darling. I understand. Bye.
Yes.
Fairview Hotel.
Has Sean Fenton come in yet?
Fenton? Yeah, he's back. Want him?
No, I'll be right over.
Wait a minute, Counselor. I don't think I get you right. I'd do anything to help you.
I want a passport, Sean. Personal papers. Anything I might need.
But you asking me to do a forgery job?
That's what I'm asking.
But Oh. I get it.
Huh?
You're not sure about me. You're putting me to the test, eh? Well, you've got nothing to worry about.
No.
No more of that for me.
Sean.
No, I won't go back on my word to you, Counselor. You're talking to an honest man.
Sean. This isn't anything like that. This has to be done. I'm in a jam.
You? Counselor? I read in the papers.
Never mind what you read in the papers. I need those passports.
You once told me, Counselor, it does no good to
I'll
run.
decide the points of law. Will you do what I ask?
All right, Counselor. I'll get a name from the old death notices at the library. You'll need some photographs.
All right, I'll get them.
Old prints, not too clear.
Okay. Not a word to anybody, Sean.
Would I dare say anything?
No. When can you have the passports ready?
Tonight, 10 o'clock, maybe.
All right, I'll call you.
Oh, one more thing.
What?
Where are you going on this trip?
South America. There's a boat leaving at midnight.
It's a bad idea, Counselor. Bad idea. But I'll do it for you.
Ann, over here.
Steve.
Get in. We're driving.
Oh, Steve.
The coat. What about it?
It was in the study. Right close to...
Did you discover the body?
No, one of the servants. They notified me. They hadn't seen the coat. I got it out of the room and hid it.
Ann.
Steve, I've got to know, did you...
I don't remember anything. I did threaten to go back. You found my coat. What other answer is there?
Oh, Steve, what are we going to do?
We're not going to do anything. I'm going to take you back to your car, and you're going to forget this. Forget me. Forget it ever happened.
I can't, Steve. You know that. I can't.
It's bad enough that I'm in it. I can't let you.
Oh, Steve. Steve, darling.
Hello?
It's Steve, Sean.
Oh, yes, Counselor.
The passports. You got them ready?
Yes, everything you need.
Can you bring them over?
Counselor, are you sure about this? Is it the only way?
Yes, Sean. It's the only way.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, here's another reminder about the free safety service which signal dealers are featuring this month. I'm referring to the checkup without charge of your fan belt and radiator hose. You know, of course, the importance of a sound, properly adjusted fan belt. It keeps your cooling system operating efficiently and helps keep your battery up. Also, I don't have to warn you of the hazards of a leaky or weakened radiator hose. Yet it's a fact. Most people never give a thought to these two little items until they fail completely and more serious trouble develops. That's why signal service stations are offering this free checkup. As independent businessmen with a personal interest in keeping your goodwill, you'll find that signal dealers make a habit of going out of their way to give you little extra services like this. If you're not already a signal customer, a good way to see for yourself what I mean is to stop by your neighborhood signal service station this week and ask for this free fan belt and radiator hose checkup. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's over now, isn't it, Steve? The wondering, the waiting, the agony of doubt that began with that nightmare of a struggle in a darkened room. You're certain now that you did go back and kill the district attorney, Frank Keniston. And though you've advised 100 clients against it, running away seems to be the only answer. Then as you wait for Sean Fenton to bring your forged passports, another terrible thought strikes you. Fenton is a witness. The only one who can link you with all that's happened. Your hand trembles as you reach into the desk drawer for your automatic, and then you reach up quickly and switch out the light.
Come in. I can't do it. All right, Sean, you can put the passports on the table there.
It isn't Sean, Steve.
Anne! You little fool.
Steve, since this afternoon I've been thinking. It isn't right.
I know what I'm doing, Anne. Believe me, I know what I'm doing.
Do you?
You've got to get out of here. Someone's coming.
You're running away, aren't you, Steve? Your suitcase is all packed. Your overcoat on the chair.
And you've got to get...
Steve, someone...
Wait a minute. Who is it?
It's me, Counselor. Open up.
Sean Fenton.
Yes. Just stay where you are. Forget anything you might hear. All right, Sean.
Okay, Counselor. I don't like this coming around. Who's this?
Never mind. Have you got the passports?
The passports, Counselor? Well,
look, I tell you, she's all right. Where are the papers?
I've got them here. They're pretty good.
All right, let me see them under the light. Move my overcoat. Bring up that chair.
All right, Counselor. What?
Sean. What's the matter? I said to move my coat.
Yeah. I'll move it.
What? Wait. My keys. My missing keys. They fell out of the pocket. They were in my coat all the time.
But, Steve, if they were in your coat, how did you get back in your room last night?
I couldn't have, without breaking down the door. And the landlady didn't hear me come back. Maybe I didn't go out again at all.
Counselor, it's late.
Wait. Wait a minute, Sean.
Yes, Counselor?
Where did you go after I left you last night?
Why, I was with Al.
I mean, after you left Al.
Steve, do you think...
You came here, Sean. Followed me home. You knocked me out and took my overcoat. It was you the landlady saw going out the door, not me.
But would I steal your coat?
Yes, you would. If you wanted to frame me. You knew I'd argued with Keniston. It was a perfect setup for a frame, wasn't it? You purposely left my coat in Keniston's study when you went back there to kill him.
Steve!
No, Counselor, you got me wrong. You won my case for me. I had no reason.
You had every reason. That phone call from Seattle about Josh Hogue. It meant something, didn't it? You silenced Keniston before he could start an investigation, and after you had me out of the way, you were probably going after Hogue. What was it up there in Seattle, Sean? Another murder?
No, I don't know anything about this Hogue. You're turning on me, Counselor, just like Kenneth.
Steve, shall I get...
No, I'll get it. Yes. Yes, he's here. No, I'll give him the message. Okay, thanks. Yes, I'll tell him. That was your friend, Al, Sean. He wanted me to tell you he managed to get those airplane tickets for your vacation in Seattle. No, don't move. Keniston was right about you from the beginning. He said you belonged behind bars, and that's where you're going. Except that when your murder trial is over, it won't be for long, Sean. Not for very long.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday night at this same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Elliot Lewis and Francis Robinson. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Joel Malone and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Bird of Prey.
Eddie Smith was pleased, very pleased, and he congratulated himself, for the long trip from St. Louis to Havana was about to pay off. It had been quite a task tracking down the elusive, mysterious J.C. Raven, the big question mark of the literary world. Author of a half a dozen bestsellers, the man's true identity had remained a secret over a period of years. A secret that was shared by two men, Raven and his literary agent, Barclay Wells, who was as mysterious as his famous client. Of course, Eddie hadn't caught up with J.C. Raven, not yet. But he'd done the next best thing. He'd finally located Barclay Wells, who at the moment sat in a small, smoke-filled cafe on one of Havana's side streets sipping coffee, his eyes fastened on a slender, dark-haired beauty.
Now, look, Mr. Wells, this story means a lot to me. It'll make a great magazine feature. Now, I'm willing to play along with your client's man of mystery routine, and I'll write the story any way you wish. But Mr. Wells.
Oh? I'm very sorry, Mr. Smith. She is attractive, isn't she?
Yeah, she?
Yeah, the young lady in the floor show.
Oh, yes. She reminds me of home and mother. Now, look, Mr. Wells, you and your client have built up a fine gimmick, the mystery angle, I mean, and I wouldn't want to hurt it. If you're worried that my story is going to...
Mr. Smith, how did you find me?
I own a Ouija board.
Do you really?
Oh, cut it out, Wells. Cut it out. Now, listen. Why don't you fix up an appointment for me to talk to this guy, Raven?
Guy? Mr. Smith, has it ever occurred to you that J.C. Raven might be a woman?
Sure. I've kicked the idea around, but I won't buy it. Now, take that last novel, Undertow. Could a dame have written it?
Undertow? Oh, yes. It's a fine book.
Yeah, and from what I read in the trades, it's going to be a terrific movie. And I also read that Imperial Studios are paging your boy and waiving a big fat contract if he'll come out of hiding.
Very true. We're not interested.
We?
My client isn't interested.
By the way, Mr. Wells, what are you doing down here in Havana anyway? Business?
Yes. It's business, of course.
Oh, yeah, sure. All the literary agents hang out in Havana. There's nothing to keep an agent in New York, Philadelphia, Boston. Nothing at all.
What are you driving at, Mr. Smith?
Oh, nothing. But wouldn't it be funny if you turned out to be J.C. Raven?
I? Oh, no, really. I'll tell you what. Suppose you drop around to my apartment tomorrow afternoon. We'll have another little chat, eh? I live in...
Yeah, 36 Plaza del Norte, 3rd floor front.
Say around 2?
Well, do you mind if I walk along with you to the door?
Why should I? Come right along, Mr. Smith.
And so you accompany Barclay Wells out of the cafe and into the dark, almost deserted street. At the corner, a man is standing under a streetlight, idly puffing away at a cigarette. But you hardly notice him as you say goodnight to Wells and start away in the opposite direction. Then you hear it, a shout. You break into a run. As you move back past the cafe and round the corner, you see 2 men struggling in the street. One of them is Wells. Suddenly he falls to the pavement. As the other man wheels around and rushes you, you block the knife.
No, you don't.
He crumples.
Senor, what has happened? I hear a noise.
Hold up, I think. This is the guy. I knocked him cold. Here, help me with my friend, will you, please?
Si, senor, si.
Easy now, easy. Wells.
Senor, he's hurt bad.
Say, is there a phone around here?
Si, in the shop.
Well, get a doctor, will you, please? And the police.
Si, senor, I will do this.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Never mind the doctor. Wells is dead. Just call the police for this guy that killed him.
You watch the man disappear into the shop to call the police. Then you turn and stare at the lifeless form of Barclay Wells. Or was he really J.C. Raven? There's one way to find out, Eddie. You stand in the shadows and watch the police pick up the killer. Then you slip away. A quarter of an hour later, you arrive at 36 Plaza del Norte and slip into the apartment, 3rd floor front. The first thing you find is a letter, an offer from Marcus Rosamond of Imperial Pictures addressed to J.C. Raven. Then you find it under some penciled notes in a desk drawer. A synopsis, a complete story plot, Eddie, for a brand new J.C. Raven novel. It's all here, Eddie, waiting for someone to write it. And then an idea hits you, the best idea you've ever had in your life.
On American Airways.
When's the next plane leaving for Miami?
4 o'clock, senor.
Well, that'll do. And I'd also like to arrange for a reservation out of Miami.
Muy bien, senor. Where to, please?
Going west. Los Angeles.
With the prologue of Bird of Prey, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But first, friends, a message especially for you drivers who have new cars or expect to be getting one. Just any motor oil won't do, you know, for today's high-efficiency motors. No, sir. They need special protection if they're to give you the long, trouble-free service you have a right to expect. That's why Signal Oil Company brought out Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, especially created to give modern motors this extra protection, and manufactured under strict laboratory control to ensure a uniform product. The result? Tests prove that this new type Signal Oil actually keeps motors cleaner and reduces wear, assuring you thousands of miles of trouble-free driving pleasure. So if you want to keep the performance of your car young, make your next oil change a change for the better. Switch to the new type Signal Oil. It's your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. And now back to the Whistler.
So, Eddie, you're on your way to Hollywood, secure in the belief that J.C. Raven the literary man of mystery, died on a quiet street in Havana. As your plane heads westward, New Orleans, Houston, El Paso, you go over your plan, carefully, over and over again. You can't miss, can you, Eddie? It's late Thursday afternoon when you arrive in Hollywood and check in at a fashionable hotel. Early the next morning, you walk into the offices of Imperial Studios.
Good morning, sir. May I help you?
Yes, Edgar Smith to see Mr. Rosamond.
Do you have an appointment?
Appointment? Honey, I don't need it.
I'm sorry, sir.
My dear girl, apparently you don't read the papers very much, do you?
The papers?
There was a small box item on the front page of this morning's Hollywood Reporter. What was it about?
Why, wait a minute. Then you're...
I'm Edgar Smith, and I want to see Mr. Rosamond. Now, if I may trouble you for an envelope, I'll just jot down a little note on this letter.
Yes, Eddie, she got it. All you have to do is insist that your name is Edgar Smith. And there's certainly nothing wrong with that, is there? You are Edgar Smith. You'd give anything to see the expression of Rosamond's face when he reads the few words you scrawled on the letter. The same letter he'd sent to Barclay Wells, the one you picked up off his desk in Havana the night he was killed. Yes, it'll be a pleasant surprise for Mr. Rosamond.
Come in, Mr. Smith. Come in, come in.
Thank you.
Florence, tell everybody to go away. I don't want to be interrupted. Go, 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 go.
Yes, sir.
Ah, Mr. Raven, let me look at you. Mm-hmm. Just as I pictured you. I cannot tell you what a pleasure. I'm indeed delighted. Delighted. Here. Sit down, sit down.
Well, thanks, Mr. Rosamond.
So you are J.C. Raven. J.C.
Smith. Edgar Smith.
I beg your pardon? Oh, of course, Edgar Smith.
I'm afraid I must insist on that.
Of course, Mr. Smith. I'm glad you didn't make it John Smith.
I had nothing to do with it, believe me.
Edgar Smith, wonderful, wonderful. Now that you're coming to work with us, you are coming to work for Imperial, no?
If the terms are right.
Terms. You write your own contract. Anything you want, we'll that is... within reason, of course, Mr. Raven.
Smith. Edgar Smith.
Excuse me.
I can't impress this on you too strongly, Mr. Rosamond. I'm Edgar Smith, you understand?
Yes.
On the contract around the studios, Smith. Edgar Smith.
Edgar Smith.
And no publicity on J.C. Raven.
No publicity?
No publicity.
But, my boy, such an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. Why,
So long, Mr. Rosamond.
No, wait, my boy. Wait, please. Look, think of what the publicity...
So long, Mr. Rosamond.
All right. No publicity. No publicity.
Fine. And now, shall we discuss money, Mr. Rosamond?
When you leave Rosamond's office an hour later, you congratulate yourself again. Yes, you're in now, Eddie. It's a big step from freelance writing to a movie contract. You've cleared the first hurdle. The rest of the way will be easy. The next day, you settle the matter of the contract with Rosamond over lunch at the Brown Derby. Then there are a few other details that Rosamond handles personally, like your new office and secretary. On Wednesday morning, you meet Miss Corby, your new assistant. Small, slender, mousy, with large brown eyes, a pale, thin face, dull blonde hair trimmed close to the head.
Mr. Smith, you can take my word for it. She is the finest girl in the building. Knows the industry better than I do.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Mr. Rosamond.
A jewel, Mr. Smith, a veritable jewel. She'll be a great help. With her, you'll turn out some great stories for Imperial. With Veronica, he's a genius. Take my word for it.
I'm sure he is, Mr. Rosamond.
Mr. Smith, take my advice and listen to Veronica. She'll save you a lot of time and trouble. Take Slauson, Perry, Hegstrom, the other writers. She taught them everything they know about pictures. A jewel. You listen to her.
Well, thanks, Mr. Rosamond. I'm sure we'll get along. Well, shall we go, Miss Corby?
And this is your office, Mr. Smith. How do you like it?
Oh, it'll do.
But where's the trout stream?
Oh, well, whenever you're ready, I'll be glad to take you around the studios. You'll want to meet a few of the...
Time enough for that, Miss Corby. Right now, I'm more interested in getting to work. I have an idea for a story I want to get down on paper as soon as possible.
Well, yes, but
Now, you just park yourself out there in your little office like a good little girl and see that I'm not disturbed.
Oh, very well, Mr. Smith.
And so you get to work on your first story for Imperial Studios, the Raven original you picked up in Havana. You can't take any chances, can you, Eddie? The first story has to knock 'em cold. So in the days, the weeks that follow, you write and rewrite, while Miss Corby, with that hurt expression in her eyes, sits quietly in her office just outside your door. Only once do you change the Raven storyline, and that's to alter the ending. You like yours better than Raven's. Yes, it sounds much better your way. Finally, you turn the script over to Miss Corby.
Well, there you are, Miss Corby. Now, if you'll retype this for me.
Yes, Mr. Smith.
And when you're finished, put a copy on my desk and send one around to Rosamond. If you want me for anything, I'll be home sleeping the clock around. Okay?
Very well.
Oh, come on. Cheer up, sweetheart. I leave the script to your tender mercies and to Rosamond. Oh, Mr. Rosamond, come in. I was just about to run up to your office.
Mr. Smith, it's wonderful. I've just finished reading The House in the Swamp. Wonderful. The same ingenious touch, the same masterful approach of Undertow. Better than Undertow.
Well, thanks, Mr. Rosamond.
There are a few technical matters, but Anna can help you out. But the storyline, wonderful. Mr. Smith, Eddie, you know something?
What's that, Mr. Rosamond?
For a little while, I was not sure. As I read your story, I was a little afraid.
Afraid?
Oh, ridiculous, of course. I should have known. Forget it.
Oh, no. What do you mean?
Well, halfway through the story, I saw the ending. I was a little afraid it would turn out that way. It was the way our $100 a week writers would end it, but no. The way you handled it, my boy, wonderful. A complete twist. The touch of a master.
Well, you really like the way I paid it off, huh?
I can see it now. That scene between the old man and the little girl at the edge of the swamp.
What? The old man and the little...
Yes. The confession. Beautifully written.
Oh, wait a minute. You mean that's the way the...
What's the matter, Eddie?
Oh, nothing, Mr. Rosamond. Nothing.
Rosamond continues to rave about the story. But you're not listening, are you, Eddie? 1,001 thoughts, confused thoughts are racing through your mind. The minute Rosamond leaves, you pick up the script and thumb through the neatly typed pages. This isn't the way you finished the story, is it, Eddie? No. This is the original ending, the way J.C. Raven had written it.
Corby!
Yes, Mr. Smith.
Come in here.
What is it, Mr. Smith?
This story. What happened to it? Who changed it?
I did.
You did?
Well, I felt sure Mr. Rosamond wouldn't like it the way you ended the story, so I changed it.
Oh, I see.
I wanted you to make good on the first story after the risks you've taken.
Risks? What do you mean?
You told Mr. Rosamond you were J.C. Raven, and...
How did you...
Well, he didn't mean to give it away. It sort of slipped out. And I won't tell anyone, Mr. Smith. I won't tell anyone you're not J.C. Raven.
Keep talking, sweetheart.
You couldn't be J.C. Raven.
Then who is?
I am.
What?
You're wondering about Berkeley Wells, aren't you?
I could use a few answers.
You remember the day you came here? Mr. Rosamond mentioned several writers I'd worked with. Hegstrom, Slauson. Berkeley Wells worked here, too. He was a fine person. Kind and thoughtful. He didn't treat me like the others. When I was with him, I felt like I belonged. I was somebody, not just part of the office furniture. I guess he's the only man who ever paid any attention to me. The only man who ever knew I existed. Sorry. This speech.
About Wells.
Well, you see, I've always wanted to write. And at the start, well, I'm afraid publishers weren't impressed. And then I hit on the idea of creating the mystery author.
And somebody had the front for you, so you picked Wells.
Well, yes, he was the only man I could trust. I sent him stories, outlines. We worked on the Raven novels together.
I see. So that's that. Miss Corby. Veronica.
Yes?
About J.C. Raven. Where do we stand right now?
We could go on just as we have been.
You'd help me?
Yes.
You're sure you want it this way?
I'd like to keep it this way. Very much, Eddie.
You know something, sweetheart? We're going to get along fine. Just fine.
In the weeks that follow, you spend quite a bit of time with Veronica, outside of office hours. Concerts, the supper clubs, weekends at Palm Springs, the races. It's the smart thing to do, isn't it, Eddie? Yes, you've got to put up with her if you're to continue as J.C. Raven. You can stand dull little Veronica for 2 years or so, and then you'll have enough money set aside to quit. Quit Imperial Studios and walk out on Veronica Corby. So your plan rolls along smoothly until that Saturday, the day you're taking her for a drive. You sit in the living room waiting for Veronica to finish dressing when the phone rings. Hello.
This is Lieutenant Driscoll, Los Angeles Police. I'd like to speak with Miss Corby. Veronica Corby. Hello?
I'm sorry she's not in.
Oh. When do you expect her?
It's hard to say.
Who was that, Eddie?
Or what?
I said, who was that?
Oh, the wrong number, darling. I couldn't understand what the guy was talking about.
Oh, well, I'm ready. Shall we go? Eddie.
Yeah?
I've been wondering. Maybe I shouldn't bring it up now, but...
What's on your mind?
What really happened in Havana the night Barclay Wells was killed?
Why do you ask that?
Well, I just wanted to know. The papers didn't have much information to give.
The papers? I didn't see anything about it in the papers.
Oh, it was there. The Havana police arrested a man named Emilio Vasquez, but he denies doing the killing.
Well, he would, wouldn't he?
Oh, I suppose, but... A native who lived in the neighborhood said there was someone else at the scene of the crime. They seem to think this unidentified man may have done the killing.
They do? And what do you think, Veronica?
Me? Oh, I haven't the slightest idea.
It all begins to add up now, doesn't it, Eddie? Veronica's been stringing you right along, keeping you around until she can turn you over to the police for a crime you didn't commit. She must have been in love with Wells, and now she thinks you killed him. You have the motive. She'd tell them how you came to Imperial Studios posing as J.C. Raven. She'll tell them you broke into Raven's apartment, stole the letter, the storyline. And if Vasquez sticks to his story, he'll get away with it, and you'll hang. There isn't any doubt in your mind what Veronica's little game is. And the clincher comes that afternoon as you start to leave your office. You hear Veronica talking to someone on the phone.
Yes, Lieutenant. Barclay Wells was a close friend of mine. Yes? Well, I'm not sure. That's why Yes. Yes, all right. I'll be there first thing in the morning. I'll tell you everything then. Oh, yes, Eddie?
Veronica, darling, let's quit for the day, huh?
Oh, well, I still have some typing to do.
Oh, let it go. Look, why don't we run up to the Sunset Strip for a couple of drinks and an early dinner, huh?
All right, Eddie.
It's shortly after 7:30 that evening when you drop Veronica off in front of her apartment. After you say goodnight and watch Veronica go up the steps, you drive around the block and slip into the darkened alley running along the back of the apartment building. A few minutes later, you hurry into the rear entrance and dash up the stairs. You've got to silence Veronica before she gets a chance to talk with a police lieutenant.
Why, Eddie?
Aren't you going to ask me in?
Oh, yes. Come in. Is something the matter?
You're a smart cookie. Don't you know?
Oh, what are you talking about? Eddie, let go. You're hurting me. Oh, Eddie, what are you doing?
I'm going to kill you, Veronica.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, let me give you a clue toward solving another mystery. How to make today's shrinking dollars buy more value. When it comes to your gasoline dollars, if you want to be sure you're choosing the gasoline that gives you the very maximum in performance and mileage, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. Yes, it's a fact. Your best yardstick of gasoline quality is mileage, the thing Signal gasoline is famous for. After all, in order for a gasoline to give you more miles per gallon, it has to help your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs efficiently, naturally you enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, smoother knock-free power. In other words, the superior performance you expect of a superior quality gasoline. That's why we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's all over very quickly, isn't it, Eddie? Too bad Veronica won't be able to keep her appointment with the police lieutenant in the morning. No, she's dead. You glance at your watch, 7:45, then you start for the door.
Miss Corby? Miss Corby?
It's Mrs. Ellison, the house manager. You can get rid of her easily enough, can't you, Eddie? Quickly you drag Veronica's body behind the Davenport, then you open the door. Yes, it's Mrs. Ellison, all right.
Oh, Mr. Smith. Is Miss Corby in? These officers want to see her. Mr. Smith?
No. That is, she's not feeling very well.
That's so? It's too bad. My name's Driscoll, L.A. Police. I talked to her on the phone this afternoon. It was routine business then. It isn't anymore.
But you can't see her now. I told you.
It's important, friend. 2 hours ago, we received a wire from the Havana police about the murder of Barclay Wells. Seems he wrote novels under the name of J.C. Raven.
Well, look,
It also seems he had an assistant. The assistant got a little greedy and decided to take over in place of Raven.
What?
This morning in Havana, a killer named Emilio Vasquez confessed to the murder of Wells. Or Raven, or whatever you want to call him. Confessed he was hired to bump off Raven for $5,000. Says he was paid off by the dame that lives here, Veronica Corby.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Wally Mayer and Sarah Selby. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by George and Gertrude Fass and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called A Red and White Gideon. Hey, troops, got a guidon now. It's nice. It's red and white. It's got all the old silver rings on the lance pole with names of places engraved on them. Cold Harbor, Spotsylvania, all them places. And some new ones. Samar, Leyte. Yeah, it looks fine. But it ain't the right one. It ain't the old silk one, the battle guidon. That's the one I lost for him. And I'm paying for it. No, it ain't that. You know the saying in the Army, whatever you lose, you're going to find it on the payroll. Ain't that. I'm paying for it different. I walk into Fiddler's Green once, twice a year, and first thing some fella hollers at me, "You get out of here, Noah Wellman. You're the fellow lost A Troop's guidon." And that free whiskey there in the bar looks awful good to me, but I wipe my mouth on my sleeve, turn around and go out again, change out of my old blue uniform with the wide yellow stripes on my breeches legs and my upside-down sergeant's stripes. And I put on GI cotton and pick up my rifle and my bayonet. Go back to A Troop. Rifle and bayonet. Imagine a cavalryman with a bayonet. Well, if you can imagine a cavalryman without no horse, I guess you can imagine a bayonet, too. Now, they won't lead me into Fiddler's Green. But once in a while, somebody will stop me as I'm leaving. Maybe it'll be Seamus Daly that was guidon before me. And he'll say, kind of homesick, "Hey, no," he'll say, "the band's still playing Gary Owen in the old outfit." And I'll say, "You bet your life, Seamus, when they don't play Gary Owen no more, there won't be no 7th Cavalry." Seamus, he kind of grins, and he slips me a half pint of that Monongahela rye. And I come away, and maybe there's a little nip in the bottle for some of the other boys. In the same fix I'm in. And I walk along the ways with the other fellas, and most generally we meet the old man. He'll be walking along slow and his spurs jingling. Them big Mexican spurs he always wore. And we'll snap it up and throw him a big salute. And he'll grin at us and holler, "Howdy, boys." And we'll say, "Howdy, sir." And he'll walk on slow down towards Fiddler's Green. And we'll feel worse than ever. Because the old man, he can't get into Fiddler's Green either. I don't know. Maybe I ought to tell you about this guidon, huh? You know what a guidon is. Well, it's a kind of little swallowtail flag. Nowadays, every outfit in the Army has one. Company flag, you know. All colors. Even the MPs, they got one that's yellow and green. But there was a day when nobody but cavalry had a guidon. Red and white. Top half red, regiment's number in white. Lower half white with the troop letter in red, like 7A. A Troop, 7th Cavalry. Only when I first enlisted, they still called them companies, just like in the Doughboys. Yeah, it's quite a while ago. The troop, a company of cavalry, was quite a sight in them days. Full red and white guidon crackling away in the wind. 63 men in blue suits with their sabers flashing in the sunlight. And we had mounted bands. Yes, sir, drum major out the front with his saber beating time, 28 men on horseback blowing horns, and a big old white drum horse with kettle drums big as a keg of beer. Quite a sight. Nowadays, well, it's still cavalry, even if we do have our own feet. But I still kind of miss them horses. I met this Seamus Daly when I first joined up with the old outfit. I'd been in the war, and when they mustered us out in 65, I fooled around home for a while, and then I got kind of restless, so I just up and left. Went out west and took on another blanket, like the saying was. They put me into the 7th Cavalry, A Troop. A Company, I mean. That was where I first got to know this Seamus Daly. He was guidon of A Company. Oh, yeah, the guidon, the fellow that carries the boat called guidon. I remember the night I was sitting on the barracks porch. Doggone if I ain't forgot what post that was. Yeah, I've been so many. D.A. Russell, maybe, or Lammy, or Summers. You know, I was sitting there smoking this QM cigar in the dark all by my lonesome, and I hear this whistling. Gary Owen. Well, sir, thinks I, that can't be nobody but Sergeant Seamus Daly. Then Sergeant Seamus Daly has been at a bottle Summers on account of he don't whistle Gary Owen unless he has. So he steps up onto the porch, and I'd say in the dark, "Good evening, Sergeant Daly."
And who'll that be?
Me, Noah Wellman, the trumpeter.
Well, 'tis a fine night for a trumpeter, Wellman.
Fine night for what, Sergeant?
Well, for, whatever you'd be wanting to do.
Oh.
Well, for having to drop in the crater if you had the inclination, like.
Well, now, if anybody's to offer me a little stuff with some fine Monongahela rye, Sergeant.
Trumpeter Wellman. You know that a non-commissioned officer is forbid by regulations to drink with a private soldier.
Well, I'm a trumpeter, Sergeant.
Oh-ho. Well, now, I've been through the cavalry drill regulations, and the army regulations till my feet hurt. And I do not remember ever seeing anything about not drinking with trumpeters.
And besides, I was a sergeant once.
Ha! Oh, wasn't? Well, then, trumpeter, blow a blast for freedom onto the neck of this bottle, will you?
Sergeant, that's an order.
It does grasp you by the gullet now, don't it? Did you leave any for me?
Sure. Sure.
Then here is confusion to all the enemies of the Irish. Would you care to join me in an old ballad, maybe, then?
Not at this time of night, Sergeant. Them beds in the guardhouse is awful hard.
Many's the time I slept on them. Jefferson Barracks now, they got bunks. This is a very clean guardhouse.
I like my own butt.
Well, then, seeing you won't sing, shall we have words?
Sure. Sit down.
You was in the war, was you not?
Company B, 2nd Michigan Cavalry.
Was you now? I was in the fires a while from New York.
That was quite an outfit, I hear.
No, it was all right. But the uniforms was kind of silly like. Red pants. Will you toot another tune on the bottle, trumpeter?
Thanks. To your health, Sergeant.
Sure, for that I thank you. And I drink to the Irish. And there's plenty of them in the 7th Cavalry. What would they do for sergeants without the Irish?
Yeah.
What would all the armies of the world do without the Irish?
I guess that's right.
Oh, we're lost men, we are. With no flag nor no country to fight for. So we do our best for somebody else's flag and somebody else's country.
I suppose.
You're a lucky man, young Wellman, that you've got a country and a flag of your own to fight for.
Well, they ain't been doing much fighting so far. Since the war.
That'll come. There's millions of Indians, laddie, but that don't like the so-called white people. And the day'll come when they'll rise up in their might And the air will be so thick with arrows you could get up and chin yourself on him.
Yeah.
Many a lad'll do just that. And end up with his hair decorating some Oboler Buck's war belt. So have a drink.
Gosh, Sergeant.
It's an order.
Well, powerful.
Like lamb's milk. No, me bucko, me lalloping great big ugly bucko. I am a man without a flag, living me life out in the field of battle, fighting for a country that's not me own, and perishing for the thoughts of the green shores of the old sod. Who's an old sod? You call me an old sod?
I didn't say a word, Sergeant.
That's what I said. No, sir, son. No, sir. Whiskey makes me mellow. The Irish have fought for many a king against many a king. One of my ancestors perished at Fontenoy, fighting for the King of France with the wild geese. And there's been an Irishman in every war since the Trojan War. But that there's been one on either side. How could you have an army without an Irishman?
You can't.
I am in me cup's trumpeter.
Well, that there is awful powerful whiskey, Sergeant.
When Irishman, there is no such thing as powerful whiskey trumpeter. There is only weak men.
That's so.
Now, I said I had no flag of my own, son. I'm a homeless man, far away from the land of me birth. And I'm a lonesome man besides, and very unhappy.
Well, cheer up, Sergeant.
I was just about to say that I was going to cheer up, trumpeter. Come here. I forgot. I do have a flag to follow. No, to lead. Here, I have another drop of the poaching, lad, and I'll tell you all about it.
Well, go on.
Now, I said a flag to follow, lad. But it's not to follow. It's a flag to lead. And it's not that great Stars and Stripes thing that Clancy, the colour sergeant, carried. I'm not one of you Americans.
Don't take care, don't you?
It's a great yellow standard that Miles Corrigan from Cavan carries. I grant you they're very fine flags, son. But Seamus Daly, he has his own personal flag to carry and to lead with. I could wish they'd chosen green instead of red and white for it. But it's a fine flag after all. And it has the symbol of... well, what is it, the symbol of, Chunky?
What?
Huh?
What's the symbol of?
Oh, I'm talking about the guidon that I'm privileged to carry, my young friend. The guidon of Company A, 7th Cavalry. The only flag that Seamus, Dennis, Michael, Brian O'Daly ever swore allegiance to. Do you hear me?
Uh-huh.
You think I'm drunk? Oh, listen, lad. There's been men died for that red and white rag. No, they didn't die for the other ones that the colour sergeant carries. Them things is not the personal thing that the guidon is, lad. This is my flag, your flag. This is Captain Tom and you and me and that black-hearted Schlegel, the mess sergeant, and 1,000 other men that died for it, and that will die for it in all the days to come. That's my flag, trumpeter, and it's yours. Don't you ever leave no harm come to it.
You should have brought your fiddle, Sergeant Daly.
Excuse me, sir. I didn't see the captain in the darkness. I was just discussing with the trumpeter.
We ain't drunk, Captain.
I see you're not. But you better go on into bed before there's somebody that doesn't know any better comes along.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good night now.
Sir. God bless the 7th Cavalry.
And especially Company A, sir.
That's a good idea, boys. We're going to need all the blessings we can get. We're moving out into the field tomorrow. Go to bed now. There's call to quarters.
So we went out into the field, and we stayed there. You ask me how I feel about the Indians, I don't know. Lots of ways they got a raw deal, I suppose, but you haven't got much time to think about that when you're dodging arrows and slugs from 45-70 Winchesters. And when you're right up up to a place where the buzzards are sailing around overhead, and you see what the Indians did to a fellow that slept next to you in barracks, then you don't think about it at all. New recruits come out to us from JB or Fort Hays all the time to fill up the empty spots in the muster roll that the Indians made. In a couple of years, there wasn't very many of us old-timers left in A Company. Captain Tom, Seamus, me, a dozen others. And every once in a while, I think about what Seamus had said about our guidon. I was beginning to understand how he felt about it deep down in his Irish soul. He never said anything about it, only just once. You see, it wasn't Indian fighting all the time. Sometimes there'd be periods when we could go hunting, maybe, or fishing if there was a trout stream not too far away. Never one man alone, never less than two. We carried our revolvers and our carbines and the full-pack saddle. This time, Seamus spoke of it again. We'd been out for 2 days, the two of us, hoping we'd find a deer. But we didn't. We didn't care too much. We had a good time away from the post. We were within a mile of the gate, riding along with that good, tired feeling a man has after a jaunt like this. And there was a shot. And I looked around, and Seamus was on the ground. Well, I don't want to tell you about the next few minutes. If you've never had anything like that happen to you, just be thankful I'm not telling you. And if you have, you know all about it. Anyway, what I want to tell you about is the talk we had. Seamus knew he was dying.
You won't go away and leave me, Noah.
Of course I won't, Seamus.
I don't want him to get me here.
And he'll have to get mine first.
Billy. Did you see him at all?
There ain't a soul in sight.
They're watching, though.
Yeah. So am I.
None of that no gilly left.
Yes. Yes, there is. Only a little, though.
Haven't got time to drink much, Noah.
Here, boy.
Oh, good luck. No, wait.
What?
Remember a long time ago, we talked about guidon.
Yes, I remember.
Listen. You put guidon on my grave.
What?
Like a monument. My flag. All flag I ever had. Drink, Seamus. Sure. Drink the guidon. Company A. My flag. My monument. Now, you blow blast for freedom, Noah.
I don't want to.
Drink.
All right.
Don't forget what I told you.
I won't.
Meet you. Fiddler's Green, Noah. I'll buy you a drink. Our hats so brave, they won the name of Galleon.
They heard the guns from the post, and a patrol came out and got us. And 7 or 8 more engines went to that happy hunting ground of theirs, too. Well, I kept my word to Seamus Daly. I couldn't put the troop guidon on his grave, but I did go to the artificer and had him make a little wooden guidon, a little swallowtail, red and white flag on a little lance pole. We put the 7 and the A on it, and Seamus's name. After the detail had fired the 3 rounds, and Jim Bolam sounded tap. I wanted to, but I couldn't. After that, I put the little guy down that had meant so much to him at the head of his grave. And it was a funny thing, you know. It started a thing in the regiment. Well, Seamus wasn't the only 7th cavalryman who died those days. Some of them were buried way out in the yellow hills or along the walls of little canyons. But there wasn't a grave that wasn't marked Red and White Gideon. Yes, there was quite a number of them. And I wonder what the coyotes and the prairie dogs thought. I wonder if there's any of those Gideons left anywhere. That was better than 70 years ago. I guess they're not. Well, Captain Tom, he made me Gideon. I'd not have thought so much about it before, I suppose, but you'd be surprised what that Gideon meant to me. Or would you? Oh, I know it's the fashion to cry down soldiers. Sure, always is right after a war, but, well, soldiers ain't bad people, you know. Seamus Daly, Captain Tom, the old man. Yeah, that Gideon was pretty important to me. Seamus said men had died for it. He died for it. He said men would die for it. That was true, too. Men always have to have something to follow, to believe in. Gideon. Yeah. Anyway, like Captain Tom said, I ought to have brung my fiddle. Captain Tom, him and me, we got to be pretty good friends. He was no officer to impose on enlisted man's time. He was all business. He was the kind of officer that soldiers dream about. Strict, but A Company had better than any other company in the squadron. And tough, but leave one of his troopers get sick or something, and Captain Tom was like his father and mother put together. He used to like to walk around him and eat after tattoo. Sometimes I'd see him down around the stable or somewhere, and he'd stop and talk. He was always blowing a chew of eating tobacco. I remember that one night.
Give us a chew, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to buy you a plug one of these days.
You don't use up much, Captain.
Thanks, Noah. Fine night, eh?
Yes, sir. Sir, would the captain put in for a new lance bolt for the Gideon?
What's the matter with the one you got?
Well, sir, it's kind of warped a little bit. And, well, it's getting to look kind of, used-like.
You're as bad as Seamus Daly used to be with that Gideon, Noah.
Well, I mean to be, Captain.
Poor Seamus. I had a great regard for that man.
Me too, sir.
Well, God rest his soul. He's better off than we are.
Yes, sir, I suppose so.
If ever a man went straight to Fiddler's Green, Seamus is the man.
Sir, Seamus said something about buying me a drink in Fiddler's Green. I never heard that expression before, and, well, I've been meaning ever since to ask
you never heard of Fiddler's Green?
No, sir. Is that an Irish saying for heaven?
No, Sergeant. No. You see, good cavalrymen don't want to go to heaven because they won't find any of their friends there. And they don't want to go to the other place because they've had too much of that on earth. So there's a very special place right in between the two that's for good cavalrymen only. And that's Fiddler's Green.
That's where Seamus would be then, sir.
Yes, sir. All the good cavalrymen from the day the world began are in Fiddler's Green. The Roman cataphracts of Julius Caesar, King Arthur and his knights, the Cavaliers and the Roundheads.
And Seamus sure is shooting, sir.
Yes, I believe that.
Well, I hope I make it.
You take care of that Gideon, boy. You will.
I ain't you, sir.
Well, thanks for the chew.
Welcome.
Oh, say, you want to take a little trip?
Yes, sir.
You know my brother's coming out to command the regiment, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I heard that.
Well, I think I ought to send an escort out to bring him, as long as I'm senior officer present with troops, so you can take a detail of men for the troop and go pick him up and bring him back, huh?
Yes, sir, sure.
Good enough. You can start tomorrow night after retreat. Make it in a couple of days, and a couple of days coming back.
Yes, sir.
All right, then. Come over to my quarters after breakfast tomorrow, and I'll give you the details.
Yes, sir.
Good night, Sergeant.
Good night, sir. I can remember that date just as plain. The 21st of June, 1875. I took my detail and we rode overland to the railroad. We met the new commanding officer. I apologized for not being an officer, but I said Captain Tom didn't have enough officers, so would the general pardon me, too? So he laughed. He was a great big jolly fellow. Looked just like his brother Tom. Big mustache, same yellow hair. And he says,
That's all right, Sergeant. After I get hold of the regiment for a while, I'm going to see that we get enough officers so my sergeants won't have to work their heads off.
That sure be fine, sir. Yeah, it sure will. After the general's ready to go, sir,
Move out.
head him out. Mount. Forward, trot. Yo. All the way along, you kept asking questions. About the Indians, about casualties, about the chance of one big campaign against them, finishing up and killing and murdering once and for all. He sure was anxious to make a good showing. And he knew his business. He was so glad to get into the open after being in them posts back east for so long. He asked me a million questions about Indian fighting, and I answered them best I could. I was getting to be quite a veteran then myself, see? And anybody that fought under Captain Tom would get to be a veteran awful fast anyway. So we had some pretty good talks. Then the second morning out on the way back, we had some breakfast. He was just saddling up. The general called me over to him.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
What's that up there on the side of that hill?
Where, sir?
Right over there, don't you see?
No, sir, I don't see anything.
Look over my fingers.
Yes, sir. What kind of thing, sir?
Oh, looks like a cavalry guidon to me, but...
That couldn't be, sir.
No?
At least, I don't think so.
Well, I'll have a look through the glasses. Yeah, by Jove, it is a guidon. Here, look.
Sir, I don't see nothing.
Give me the glasses. Yes, it is. I can see the number in the letter. It's the 7th, and it's Company A. What could that be? Is Tom...
Why, no, sir. But I think I know what it is.
What?
That'll be the grave of a 7th Cavalryman, sir. I didn't know.
What's the name of that river down there?
Why, that's the Little Bighorn, General Custer. So you see, it was just 1 year later, the 25th of June, 1876, while everybody was enjoying the Centennial Exposition back east. The General Custer led us, me and Captain Tom Custer and all of us, onto that battlefield at the Little Bighorn. And, well, you know, we all got killed. It was a 7th Cavalryman's grave. Well, that's why we can't get into Fiddler's Green. I lost A Troop's guidon. He lost the regiment. And neither one of us can get into Fiddler's Green till there isn't any more 7th Cavalry. And that'll be a long, long time. Happy to have had Mr. Pat O'Malley with us tonight to play Seamus Bailey. Captain Tom Custer was Arthur Cole, and Floyd Buckley played General George Armstrong Custer. The original music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Albert Verma. Now for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
My story for next week is called Quince Cameo. About a man who traveled in the East. And will you listen, won't you?
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This program comes to you from New York. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good evening, creeps. Tonight, your Mystery Playhouse invites you to listen to Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Come on out, Mr. Host.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host to welcome you through the squeaking door. Well, been shopping around for a nice case of murder? Of course you have. And you've come to the right place because the characters on this program simply kill themselves to keep you amused. Why, only the other day we were accused of making murder our business. But we wouldn't do that, friend. Oh, no. Because that would be mixing business with pleasure. And we consider it a pleasure to give some stiff for business. And now, friends, tonight's story is a triangle tale concerning a man, a woman, and a murderer. You've heard it said that those who laugh last laugh best. But we're going to prove that it never pays to get into a laughing contest with a ghost. Because ghosts always get the last laugh.
I know he's dead. His body's been in the grave for weeks. Yet, although I tell myself it's impossible, I can hear him laugh. That raucous, mocking sound haunts me. Same laughter I heard for the first time in the courtroom. He had never laughed during all the weeks of the trial. Never even smiled. But this day, when he came before me for sentencing.
John Spencer, you have been found guilty of murder in the first degree. You wish to make a statement before sentence is imposed?
I killed Hicks. I'm willing to admit it now. But he was no good. He got just what he deserved. And everybody knows it. I'm not a killer. I never committed a crime before. And all I ask now is a chance.
John Spencer, the jury took all that into consideration when it recommended life imprisonment. However, I have the power to ignore that recommendation. It is my firm conviction that to allow one man to take the law into his own hands is to encourage others to do likewise. I therefore override the recommendation of the jury and sentence you to be hung by the neck until dead.
No. Judge, please. I've got a girl. We were going to be married. All I ask is to live so I can see her once in a while.
You should have thought of that before you committed murder.
It's easy for you to tell me what I should have done. But you won't always be on top. Maybe someday you'll be down here where I am. When that happens, I hope they throw the book at you just like you're doing to me.
Bailiff, remove the prisoner.
Won't I be laughing when that happens? Wherever I am, I'll be laughing fit to buzz.
Same old story. Prisoner pleads innocence or guilty with good cause. Asks mercy. When clemency is refused, condemned man curses judge and hopes that judge will someday find himself in a similar plight. Spencer's outburst failed to move me in the slightest. I'd heard it many times before. I went home to forget about the Spencer case.
Richard? Is that you, Richard?
Yes, dear. I'll come in as soon as I've freshened up.
Come right now. I've been waiting here all day. Surely it's not too much to ask to just...
All right, Laura, I'm coming.
Richard, I want you to meet my new nurse, Margaret Cummings. This is Judge Thornton that's coming. How do you do?
Miss Cummings, haven't we met before?
Well, that's hardly likely. It's probably my face. It's so ordinary.
On the contrary, Miss Cummings. I should say your face is rather unusual.
Richard, suppose you stop that silly chatter about faces and talk to Miss Cummings about her duty.
Very well. Come into my study, Miss Cummings. We can talk better there. Sit down, please. There's not much to say, really. In the first place, my wife's heart condition isn't really dangerous.
Yes, I gathered that from Dr. Fletcher.
Oh, he told you about my wife, eh?
Oh, yes.
You're a professional person, nurse, and I believe in frankness. It makes things easier. My wife is 11 years my senior, getting on past middle age. She, is a bit worried. Not that I give her any grounds for it. Jealous. You understand?
Perfectly.
She's not an easy person to get along with. You'll have to humor her.
I'll do my best.
And, Miss Cummings.
Yes.
I was just wondering where it was that I saw you before. Escapes me. You know, Miss Cummings, your face is rather haunting. That was how it began. We played a game during those first few weeks. I would ask, Miss Cummings, where was it that I first saw you?
Don't you remember yet?
No, I don't.
Well, I do. And someday, if you're nice, I'll tell you.
We would laugh together. Having the girl in the house made me feel young again. But it didn't last. It ended one evening in Laura's room.
Richard,
Yes, dear.
put down that newspaper. I want to talk to you.
I'm listening.
Don't you think you're going a bit too far, Richard?
Too far? What do you mean?
I mean Miss Cummings.
Oh.
I won't stand for it. I won't allow you to disgrace me in my own home with a woman who's little more than a servant.
Oh, Laura, for heaven's sake.
I may be a bedridden invalid, but there is a limit.
You're jumping to ridiculous conclusions, Laura.
Ridiculous, am I? I suppose you'll deny you're in love with Miss Cummings. That you've been carrying on with her right under my nose.
Certainly I'll deny it.
I've got eyes, Richard. I've seen you two whispering together. I've watched how you look.
Oh, you're talking utter nonsense. There's nothing between me and Miss Cummings.
Nothing?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well, then, I'll give you a chance to prove what you say. I don't want Miss Cummings here. Dismiss her.
You want me to dismiss her?
Yes, Richard. I do.
Miss Cummings, well, this is going to be rather unpleasant. You see my wife?
Yes, I know. She wants me to leave.
Yes. How did you know?
I couldn't help overhearing the conversation.
Well, then you also know why she wants you to leave.
Yes. But you warned me when I first came here that she was jealous.
It's been very pleasant having you here.
Thank you.
I'm going to miss you.
Miss Cummings, could I have your home address?
Of course. Why do you want it?
I hope you won't think me presumptuous, but... well... perhaps we might be able to see each other.
Would that be wise?
No, it wouldn't be wise. But I might as well face it. I couldn't hide it from Laura, and now I can't hide it from myself. I love you, Miss Cummings. That night I heard Spencer's laugh for the first time since the day in the courtroom. I set it down as a figment of the imagination born out of a feeling of guilt due to my disloyalty to Laura. I put it out of my mind. I had other things to think about. The slip of paper with Margaret Cummings' address on it was in my pocket. A dozen times during the next week I picked the telephone to call her, but something held me back. It was fear, I guess. Fear that if I saw her again, I would be taking a final, irrevocable step. But then I couldn't stand it any longer without seeing her. I dialed her number.
Hello?
Is that you, Margaret?
Yes, who is this?
This is Richard.
Richard?
Judge Thornton.
Oh, hello. How are you? It's been so long I thought you'd forgotten me.
There's little chance of that. Could I see you tonight, Margaret?
Why, yes, of course. Come over as soon as you like.
I dressed carefully. Examining myself in the mirror, I saw a tall man, still on the right side of 50. Still trim in figure and distinguished in appearance. When I got to Margaret's apartment, my heart was beating fast. Like a boy on his first date. Somehow, I don't know quite how it happened. She was in my arms. I was kissing her.
Oh, Richard.
My darling.
Oh, no, we're being foolish.
Sit down, darling. Here, beside me.
Like this?
That's perfect. Margaret. Would you marry me?
Mary, you can't be serious.
I was never more in earnest in my life.
Aren't you forgetting a little detail?
No. I'm not forgetting about Laura. She has a weak heart. She may die. And if she does...
I wouldn't count on it. Your wife takes very good care of herself. She may live to be 100.
But if she should die, would you marry me?
I don't know. It's not fair to ask me now. Not while your wife is still alive. Ask me later.
Oh, Richard. You have a pleasant evening at the club?
I didn't go to the club, Laura.
No.
No. I lied to you. I spent the evening with Margaret Cummings.
Richard.
You were right. I'm in love with her. I never knew what love meant before. I can't live without her.
You're mad. You don't know what you're saying.
I want a divorce, Laura.
Divorce? No.
I want it immediately.
You can't do this to me. Oh, my heart.
What?
Now see what you've done.
Laura.
Oh, the shock. My pills, Richard. Give them to me. Hurry. Hurry, Richard.
I knew she was pretending the heart attack.
Oh.
Hoping to play on my sympathy. That was Laura's favorite trick. It always worked before. Not this time. This time I would pretend until I was ready to act. I gave her the pills, watched her take them and sink back on the pillow.
Oh. Thank you, Richard.
Feel better now?
Yes, dear, much better. I don't know what I'd have done without you here. I would have died. Oh, Richard, say you didn't mean what you said before. Don't you see I couldn't go on living without you?
You won't have to, Laura.
Then you won't leave me for that girl.
I'll take care of you. Here, let me make you more comfortable. pillow needs rearranging.
Yes, it does. Richard, what are you doing?
I'm fixing the pillow.
I don't say.
Lie still. Stop twisting around. This is much different from a heart attack. Laura? She's dead. Dr. Fletcher?
Yes?
This is Judge Thornton. Please come quickly, Doctor. My wife has had a heart attack.
It happened during an argument.
It was nothing important, Doctor. Just a domestic quarrel. And suddenly she had the attack. I gave her the pills, but by that time it was too late.
It's too bad.
I'd only known that her condition had become so dangerous.
Oh, Judge, you've nothing to reproach yourself for. These things happen.
Will you take care of the formalities, Doctor?
Oh, yes, of course.
The death certificate?
I'll list the cause as failure of the heart.
There was no need to act the part of the stricken husband after Dr. Fletcher left. I stood looking down at Laura's body. She was dead. And Dr. Fletcher's certificate would clear me of any suspicion of murder. I was free. Free to marry Margaret. I walked to Margaret's apartment that night. The street was dark. Empty. I had the uncomfortable feeling that I was being watched. Followed. And then I heard footsteps behind me. I hurried my pace. And the man behind me did likewise. Frightened as I was, I decided to stop and confront the follower. He came toward me. His face and figure shadowy in the dark. What do you want? Why are you following me?
You ought to know, Judge Thornton.
Who are you? Come closer so I can... Spencer. John Spencer. It can't be. You're dead.
Dead, am I? Well, you ought to know, Judge.
Now, take it easy, mister. Take it easy. Now, just tell me what happened.
I was being followed, officer. So I turned around to see who it was.
And did you see who it was?
Yes. And that's why I fainted. The man following me was a dead man.
He was, what's that?
The man following me is dead. I know he's dead, officer.
I got to run you in. You're crazy.
I had intended to tell Margaret that Laura was dead. I meant to ask her to marry me. But the encounter on the street drove those thoughts out of my mind. Arriving at her apartment, I went directly to the window and looked out. And there, across the street, leaning against the wall, I saw John Spencer.
Richard, I'm insulted.
What?
You didn't kiss me. You haven't even said hello.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. That man across the street, he can't be real. And yet, if he isn't...
What man, Richard?
Don't you see him?
No, there's no one across the street.
He was there a moment ago. I turned my head to talk to you, and now he's gone.
Darling, you're trembling. You must be sick.
Don't look at me like that.
Richard, what's the matter?
I guess I am sick. I'd better go and have a talk with Dr. Fletcher.
Yes, I remember the Spencer case very well, Judge Thornton. You could have spared Spencer's life, but didn't. And now you imagine that he follows you?
Yes. But the man is dead.
Then it was his ghost that followed me. His ghost I spoke to. His ghost that laughs.
There are no ghosts, Judge Thornton. With one exception. The ghosts we carry about inside us.
What do you mean?
Well, these things you hear and see, these are hallucinations brought on by feelings of guilt. Spencer's been dead for weeks. So the question is, why should you experience guilt feelings at this late date?
I don't know.
Well, psychiatry has an explanation. Quite often in such cases, one refuses to face the guilt object and transfers his guilt feelings to some other person.
What are you driving at?
I'm suggesting that your guilt feelings are not caused by the Spencer incident. And I'm going to ask you a blunt question. Did you murder your wife?
Why, of all the idiots...
Now, just a moment, Judge. Just a moment. I've been rather uneasy about the circumstances of Mrs. Thornton's death.
But you yourself diagnosed it as a heart attack.
I accepted what you told me that night. A superficial examination of the body did indicate such a conclusion, yes, but your wife's cardiac condition was mild. Now, your guilt feelings lead me to suspect...
This murder talk is ridiculous. Were there any signs of struggle, any marks of violence? Of course not.
Mrs. Thornton might have been suffocated.
Oh, nonsense.
Perhaps. At any rate, I intend to recommend to the coroner that an autopsy be performed.
An autopsy?
Yes, it would determine whether or not death was due to suffocation. You should have no objection if I am mistaken.
You meddling fool.
Judge Thornton, put down that paper.
You are so clever.
Stay away from me.
I've gone too far now to stop at another. I've lost my head. I should have agreed to the autopsy. That would have given me a day or two in which to plan my escape. But now, as things were, it would be only a matter of hours before Fletcher's body was discovered. My thoughts twisted and turned in panic.
Maybe someday you'll be down here where I am. Won't I be laughing when that happens? Wherever I am, I'll be laughing fit to bust.
I ran like a frightened child. I needed help, and there was no one to turn to. Margaret. She loved me. She'd help me. I went to Margaret and told her what had happened.
You killed your wife.
For you. So we could be married.
And then Dr. Fletcher.
I had to kill him, Margaret. He was going to recommend an autopsy.
Why did you come here?
We've got to run away. We still have an hour or two. If we could charter a plane to Canada or Mexico.
What makes you think I'd run away with you?
I thought you loved me.
Don't be stupid. I'm going to turn you over to the police.
Margaret, you can't mean...
Can I? Just watch me.
Margaret, listen before you pick up that phone. Even if you don't love me, even if you won't go away with me, give me a chance. Have mercy.
You make me laugh. Judge Thornton, who never gave anybody else a break, pleading for mercy. Well, turn around and ask the man behind you for mercy.
That's right.
Spencer. John Spencer.
Take another look, Judge.
No, you're not John Spencer. There's a resemblance, but you're not John Spencer.
I'm his brother.
You're the man that was following me.
That's right.
I was tricked. Led on by Margaret to kill my wife, and forced by you to betray myself to Dr. Fletcher. But why? Why, Margaret? Why did you do this?
For revenge.
Revenge?
Yes. The first day I came to your house, you thought my face was familiar. Well, now I'll tell you where it was that you first saw me. It was in the courtroom at John Spencer's trial.
Courtroom? Yes.
Yes. Remember how he begged for mercy? He told you he had a girl, that he was engaged to be married, and you could have given him his life. But you sentenced him to his death.
For you, the girl?
Yes.
Spencer. Did he know about this?
All this was his plan. His revenge. Hello, operator. Give me police headquarters. I want to report a murder. Yes, that's right, a murder. Tell them it's very important to get here as soon as they can.
I'm waiting now for the police to come. For the trial. For the sentence, which I know will be death. As I wait, my thoughts go back to the courtroom.
You won't always be on top. Maybe someday you'll be down here where I am. And when that happens, I'll be laughing.
Well, Judge Thornton certainly misjudged Margaret Cummings, which was a grave mistake. Why, he didn't have the ghost of a chance with her. She double-crossed him right into the graveyard. Oh, a word of caution. If you must commit a murder, be sure to select the proper weapon. I suggest a sharp-edged axe, because it provides you with a handy alibi. When the police want to know why you did it, you can claim the killing was accidental.
Well, good night, and thank you, Poison Puss, for your Inner Sanctum story, tonight's performance in the Mystery Playhouse. Until next time, creep. Good night. Sleep tight.
Jim Howard, over this way.
Bill Andrews, you old pill roller. Golly, am I glad to see you.
Well, Jim Howard, welcome to Cape Howell. You're just the medicine the doctor ordered.
And you're the doctor. How are you, Bill?
Never better. Say, am I glad to shake hands with you again. You're the same old Jim. 5 years haven't changed you a single bit.
Well, I'm sorry. I can't say the same thing about you. You look tired, almost sick. I say, you aren't ill, are you?
Ill? Oh, no. No, I've just been working hard. Not much sleep lately. Come on, I've got a wagon waiting right over here.
Wagon?
Sure, nothing fancy about us. We'll take the wagon to the boat landing, and then we'll row over to my island.
Say, now, wait a minute, Bill. Are you trying to rib me? What do you mean, your island?
Oh, didn't I tell you? I haven't lived in Cape Howell for 3 years. I find it more pleasant and comfortable out on the island.
But what island?
Folks around here have another name for it, but don't mind them if you hear it. I call it échappé.
Say that again, Bill.
Échappé.
Well, what's that, Scandinavian or Esperanto?
French. Come on. Here's the wagon over here. Young John's waiting on the boat landing.
Oh, I say, how is young John?
Jim, I don't know. I'm worried about him. He's having trouble with his studies. Doesn't seem to like books and hates company.
Well, I'd say he's more lonesome than anything else.
It's more than lonesomeness, Bill. Ever since Bill Jr. died, he hasn't been the same.
Angela and I were sorry to hear about Bill Jr. It's pretty sudden, wasn't it?
Yes, pretty sudden. That's the way it is in this country, though. So much fever, so few conveniences. Oh, by the way, you say Angela and the child will be along in a few days?
Oh, yes. You got my wire?
Got it yesterday. I didn't know your sister lived at Lowston.
Oh, yes, she has for years. Angela wants to visit about a week, and then she'll come on down here to Cape Howell by steamer. Oh, incidentally, old man, do you think this country's all right for the baby?
Had her shots, has she?
Oh, yes. Yes, I did everything you suggested in your letter. You know, that letter you wrote almost scared Angela out of coming. She said if it's that dangerous here, she doesn't think we should risk the child's life by bringing her here.
Well, there's no danger at all if the child's been inoculated against the 3 diseases I mentioned.
Well, I took care of that all right. You're sure there's no other danger?
I've taken care of
any other danger there might be.
What do you mean?
Just that. There's nothing in the world for you or Angela to worry about. Please believe me, Jim.
All right, old man, all right. Angela and I are on the first vacation we've had since we've been married. And believe you me, we're here to make the best of it.
Good, that's fine. Come on, the wagon's waiting, see? Right over there. Fine country, eh, what, Jim?
Oh, marvelous. We've enjoyed the whole trip so far. Didn't even get seasick on the way across. Not even the baby. And she only a year old.
And say I'm anxious to see that girl. How come you named her Sandra?
Well, that's one of Angela's favorite names.
Pretty name, I like it.
Oh, this is the blamedest means of transportation I've ever had to endure. I thought you would at least have your own limousine.
No, Jim. I haven't been doing so well lately. I hope you'll be able to put up with what I have to offer you on the island.
Rough and rugged, is it?
Quite. I built the cabin myself. It's not much, but it's comfortable. Oh, by the way, did you bring the books I wrote you about?
Books? Oh, yes, they're in the trunk.
Good.
I must say, that's the strangest collection of books I've ever heard of. What kind of experimenting are you doing on that island anyway?
It's pretty serious, Jim, I assure you.
Well, it must be. I read your books on the way across.
You did?
Yes, indeed. Dr. Elgin Woodward's book on lycanthropy and Henry Joseph McClure's pamphlet on the disease Lumpus vulgaris and Guy Ender's story, Werewolf of Paris, and 2 other books on werewolves. Can't for the life of me imagine, Andrews, what you want with books like that out here in this wilderness.
All right, Jim, here we are. Oh, John, here's Jim Howard. You remember Mr. Howard, don't you, Johnny?
Well, sure he does. How are you, John, old boy?
All right. Glad to see you, sir.
Oh, I say, where's that old smile I used to see? Here, let me shake your hand.
No, sir. I don't want to shake hands.
Oh, come on now. We're old friends, aren't we?
No, Mr. Howard.
Oh, I say now.
Jim, just a minute.
Let go, Mr. Howard.
There.
Jim.
Oh, there now. Shake just like old friends.
Let go. Let go my hands. Let go.
Jim, please.
I say. The boy's handbill.
Come on, Jim. Into the boat with you. Come along, Johnny. Johnny, get into the boat, son.
Yes, sir.
Come along, Jim. All right, I'm shutting off. All right, Johnny. You want to take the oars for the exercise, or you want me to row? Well, son?
I told him not to shake my hand. I told him, didn't I?
Johnny.
Can I help it? Is it my fault if my hand's all...
Johnny! You want to row or not?
Yes, sir. I'll row.
Okay, son. Hop to it.
Johnny, Sonny, if I did something...
Come on. Down to the other end of the boat, will you? Here. Sit here.
I say, Andrews, that boy's hand.
Quiet. He's upset enough.
But, Bill, the palm of Johnny's hand. Good Lord, man. It's all covered with a thick rope of hair.
Okay, Jim. This is your room.
Say, this is fine. You say you built this yourself, Bill?
Yep. Every bit of it. How do you like my island?
Well, I think it's perfect. But pretty inconvenient.
Oh, I don't mind. Sorry we had to arrive here so late. I'll show you around in the morning.
Yes, I'm anxious to see the rest of your place, Bill. I want to talk to you more about your work.
Yes, of course. Tomorrow. It's pretty late now.
Yes, it is late. I'm afraid I rather bored you, old man, with my chatter at the dinner table.
Oh, Jim, you heathen. You've never bored me a minute in all the time I've known you.
Oh, that man Raphael of yours is certainly an excellent cook.
Yes? He's an excellent tutor for young Johnny, too. You'll find him quite helpful if you want anything.
Fine.
Oh, by the way, the people in this spot are a superstitious lot, Jim. Don't let them bother you with any of their nonsense.
Nonsense?
Yeah, a silly rot about, things in the night.
What things?
Oh, there's nothing, of course. But they take all sorts of means to ward off, the evil spirits.
Oh, I see.
Here, I'll set this charm here on your desk. You won't be using the desk.
Charm? What charm?
Well, it's just a simple thing that the people hereabouts always insist on putting in the room in which a person sleeps. Here, these 3 bits of green twigs, 2 of them standing upright like this. There we have it.
Hey, what is this? 1
cross piece on the uprights like this. Then a lakeshore pebble. This little bit of charred wood. There you are. Now you're fully protected.
Protected against what?
Why, those evil spirits I was telling you about. And now just forget about them, Jim. I just put the charm here in case Raphael comes in. He's very superstitious, and he'll never rest until he's made a charm for you himself.
Well, all right, but I still...
Now, just forget all about it. Just a whim of Raphael's. Good night, Jim.
Night, old man. See you in the morning.
Right. Bright and early. If you need a spare blanket, there's one in the closet there.
Right, Bill. Good night.
Pleasant dreams.
A whim of Raphael's, huh? 3 bits of green twig, lakeshore pebble, and a piece of charred wood. That's a strange combination. To ward off evil spirits, so Bill claims. But what evil spirit? Great horn toads, what's that? What in the world is that? Bill! Bill, I say, Bill, what's that howling?
It is nothing, Mr.
Huh? Oh, you, Raphael.
Nothing but a wild animal, howling in the night.
What? That sounded like a wolf.
Wolf, Mr.
Yes.
It couldn't have been a wolf. There are no such animals in this country, you know.
I know that, but... There, you hear it?
It will be all right, sir. Did Mr. Andrews give you the charm?
Charm? Oh, yes, the charm.
It will protect you, sir, from anything.
Wait a minute, Raphael, don't go. Just what is this thing I'm being protected from?
Oh, nothing. Nothing, sir, nothing at all. People around these parts are curious lot, that's all. Superstitious, you know, and all that sort of thing. So we humor them by always keeping a charm in the sleeping rooms of our homes.
Yes, but I don't see why you should worry about humoring anybody. Way out here alone like this on this island.
Well, sir, it is just a habit of Mr. Andrews' Arago.
But he said it was you he was satisfying by placing the charm in my bedroom.
Yes, sir. That is, what I mean is, sir, I'll best be going. Young Johnny isn't feeling so well tonight. I hope you sleep good, Mr. Howard. And don't worry about the howling. Nothing will harm you.
Don't worry about the howling. That's strange. That howl's coming from the east wing of this cabin. Right over there. By George, I'm going to skirt this place and have a look. Quiet now. Not a sound. What? A light just went on in that room the sound's coming from. That window's heavily barred. And the window glass is frosted and curtained so no one can see inside. The howl is coming from inside that room. Here's the door to the place. Oh, Bill. Bill, are you in there? Bill. Some animal in there, all right. Bill. Andrews, are you in there? Whatever it is, it's trying to get out. Bill. Bill, are you all right? Are you in there, old man? Bill, are you in there? Bill.
Yes, Jim. What is it?
I just wondered if you were all right. I heard that animal howling, and I thought that...
Animal? What animal, Jim?
Don't tell me you didn't hear it.
You weren't by any chance dreaming already, were you, old boy?
But the howling came from inside that room.
Say, you have been hearing things.
I certainly have. Just before you opened the door, I heard an animal sniffing and whining and scratching at the door.
Oh, now, Jim. A joke's a joke.
But I'm not joking.
Well, come on inside and look for yourself, then.
Does anybody use this room?
Certainly, it's young Johnny's. He and Bill Jr. had the room together before we lost Bill Jr.
Bill, I'd swear there was an animal in here a moment ago.
Normally, Jim, I'd be a little confused by what you're saying. Well, the long trip, the worry about your baby daughter...
Look, there on the door. Long, deep scratches, like an animal's nails would make.
Oh, those. Jim, those marks are ancient. The boys used to own a collie dog. We don't have him anymore. We used to shut him up in here sometimes, and he'd scratch on the door for someone to let him out.
Now, what's this? Bill, what is this? A long, heavy chain, securely fastened to the metal bedpost, and a huge leather collar on the other end.
Yes, that was the collie's chain and collar. We've never removed it from the bed. We'd chain the dog here at night to protect the boys.
But look here. Fresh blood stains on the collar, and little wisps of grayish fur.
Jim, forget it. Those stains aren't fresh. That dog hair has probably been there for ages.
Yeah. I suppose so. But why the bars on the windows, Andrews?
Just a protection for the children. Well, come on to the living room, old man, and let me get you a drink. Call it a night, shall we?
Yes. So I suppose we'd better. Maybe a little sleep will do everybody a lot of good.
Angela, I can't tell you how happy I am to have you and Jim here to visit me.
We've looked forward to this for 6 months, Bill. I envy Jim for having a week's head start on me.
Oh, we really like it here, Bill. Baby asleep, dear?
Yes. And it's time we had some rest, too.
And that's my hint to clear out.
Oh, no.
Oh, I forgot. I'm going over to the mainland. I'll be back by morning.
Anything wrong, Bill?
Oh, no, not a thing. Jim, may I ask a favor?
Certainly.
That watch charm you're wearing, solid silver, isn't it?
Why, yes, it is.
Do you think you could give it to me?
Give it to you? Why, of course.
I have a very special reason for wanting it. I wouldn't ask for it if I didn't have.
Here you are.
Thanks, old man. I hope I can return it to you. Well, good night. See you tomorrow.
Good night, Bill.
Jim, why does Bill act so strangely?
I don't know, dear. I wonder why he wanted that silver watch charm. Odd. Oh, by the way, you said you had that wire for me.
Oh, yes. It's here in my purse. I'll get it for you. Would you cover Sandra, dear? She's kicked her blanket off.
Oh, sure.
Here you are, darling.
Thanks. Say, Angela.
Yes, dear?
Listen. In answer to your cable, I have been able to learn that the grandfather of William J. Andrews was shot in France almost half a century ago by an angered mob. His grave was recently opened. And instead of the remains of a man, investigators found the almost perfectly intact body of a strange beast, somewhat resembling a wolf.
Jim, no.
Just what I thought.
Oh, Jim, what's that?
Something's wrong. Come on, hurry.
Oh, look. Look down the doorway of that room with the bars at the windows.
Some animal running out there near the edge.
Jim!
I hit that creature 3 times. I couldn't have missed him. And yet the bullets didn't even slow him down.
Jim. Down the doorway. It's Rachel. Look at him. Oh, his throat.
Only an animal could have done a thing like that.
Where's young Johnny? Look, Jim. That heavy chain hanging from the bedpost.
The collar's gone. Chain snapped right in 2. Angela, you and I have a job to do. I hate to ask you to do this, but I think you've got the courage.
To do what, dear?
Come along with me. You will see. You about ready to get the lid off the box now?
Oh.
Steady, Angela. Steady.
Oh, this seems terrible. Desecrating Bill Jr.'s grave like this. Digging up the casket.
If I'm wrong about this, well, we'll see. Hand me that bar. That's it. Now, hold the light over here now, Angela. Just another nail or 2.
Jim.
Just exactly what I thought.
That's not a boy's body in that casket.
It's what was Bill Jr.
But look. Woolly fur all over it. And that head and face. Like a dog's.
Like a wolf's.
Oh, Jim.
Young Bill Jr. died. A werewolf. His great-grandfather before him had the same disease. That's why Bill Jr. died so mysteriously. That's why Andrews had to leave the mainland to move out here. And all the while, he's been studying, trying to effect a cure. The hair on the palms of young Johnny's hands. Not wanting me to shake hands with him. Now I see why Bill was so insistent about the charm of twigs, stone, charcoal. My watch charm. A silver bullet.
Jim!
That howl again.
That's coming from our room, Jim.
Come on, hurry. Hurry. Look, there's no light in the room. We left it on, didn't we?
Oh, yes, we did. Oh, Jim, hurry.
There. The light went on. Look out there. Let me in there. Oh, locked. This door's locked. Who's in there? Open this door. Open up.
Oh, Jim.
Open up this door. Open up, I say. Bill.
Everything's finished now. Young Johnny is dead.
Friday the 13th. And you have heard Scott Bishop's 13th original tale of dark fantasy. W is for Werewolf. Ben Morris was heard tonight as Jim Howard. Garland Moss was Bill Andrews. Eleanor Naylor Corrin took the part of Angela Howard. Fred Wayne was Raphael. And Don Stoltz played young Johnny. Next Friday night at this same time, listen to the 14th in this series of dark fantasy dramas. An intriguing, exciting story called A Delicate Case of Murder, written by Scott Bishop. A strange, weird tale of a spiritualistic medium who suddenly finds herself in the midst of a vicious and well-planned murder plot, with herself the victim. Murder and fantasy combine to produce one of the most eerie adventures you have ever heard in A Delicate Case of Murder. Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy comes to you each Friday night from WKY, Oklahoma City.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, starring tonight two of radio's foremost personalities, Carl Weber and Inga Adams, in an original radio drama titled Queen of the Cats.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we prepare to meet the Queen of the Cats. Our story begins late one night in a large New England town. Jane Elliott, an attractive girl in her early 20s, hurries down a quiet and darkened residential street. Finally, she stops before a large colonial house with a nameplate on the door, Dr. George Richards. She hesitates a moment, then rushes up the few steps to the door.
Yes?
Dr. Richards, my name is Jane Elliott. I'm sorry to wake you up at such a late hour, but I'm desperate.
That's quite all right, Miss Elliott. Please come in.
Thank you.
Now, what seems to be the trouble, Miss Elliott? You're pale and trembling.
No, I'm not ill, Doctor. It's Chris. Chris Arnold, my fiancé. Doctor, you've got to help me. You've got to, or something terrible will happen. I know it will.
I'll do everything I can, Miss Elliott. Now, please tell me what's wrong.
Well, I don't know what's wrong. All I know is that Chris is frightened. He's in deadly fear of something.
I see. Where is your fiancé now?
At his home, Brookfield Manor. Doctor, I know it's late, but won't you come with me and see Chris? He needs help desperately.
Please, Miss Elliott, you mustn't cry. Of course I'll come with you, and I'll do what I can.
If you'll follow me, Doctor, Chris's room is this way.
All right. Oh, tell me, Miss Elliott, aren't there any servants in this huge house?
No, Doctor. Chris dismissed them all 2 months ago, except for a cook who's here during the day. He lives alone. Here we are, Doctor.
Who is it?
Chris, it's Jane.
Just a minute. Jane, I've asked you before not to... Who's he?
Darling, this is Dr. Richards. Doctor, this is my fiancé, Chris Arnold.
How do you do, Mr. Arnold?
Why the devil did you bring him? I don't need a doctor.
Please, darling, I couldn't stand to see you.
Forgive me, Mr. Arnold, but it's obvious to the most untrained eye you do need a doctor.
Chris, please tell the doctor what you're afraid of.
I'm not afraid of anything.
I'm afraid that's not true. Your eyes are twitching, and you keep glancing around the room nervously.
Mind your own business.
People who are ill are my business. I want to help you, but I can't unless you tell me what you're afraid of.
Darling, please tell him. Please, you can't go on this way.
Yes. You're right. I can't go on this way. Believe me, Mr. Arnold, you'll feel much better once you've talked your fears out. Now, suppose you start from the beginning and tell me everything.
All right, Doctor. I suppose it all began 2 years ago at a party Jane and I were invited.
Oh, Chris, isn't this a wonderful party?
The only thing wonderful about it is you.
Chris, don't. People are watching.
A fine thing when a man can't kiss his best girl in public.
At Miss Tyndale's school, we were taught a young lady never kisses a man in public.
Miss Tyndale is setting romance back 50 years. Who are you looking for?
Rana Farouk, my roommate at Miss Tyndale's.
Oh, she's the Egyptian girl you were telling me about.
Yes, I want you to meet her. Only, you better not fall in love with her, as every other man does.
Sounds as though she's a second Cleopatra.
Oh, there she is, Chris. Come on.
So that's Rana. No wonder men can't resist her.
Chris, your mouth is open. Rana!
Hello, Jane. I've missed you.
Rana, this is Chris Arnold. Chris, Rana Farouk.
Hello, Chris. I would have recognized you any place from the picture Jane had of you on her dresser at Miss Tyndale's.
Hello, Rana.
Oh, look, there's Miss Tyndale waving at me. Excuse me, won't you?
Of course, Jane.
I'll be back in a minute.
You know, Chris, at Miss Tyndale's, the first thing I would see in the morning when I got up, and the last thing before I went to bed, was your picture. And I always knew that someday we should meet. And now we have. Why are you staring at me like that? Aren't you going to say anything?
I prefer just to look. Even now, Doctor, 2 years after our first meeting, I find it difficult to describe how beautiful Rana was. She had lustrous black hair that came down to her shoulders, and green eyes that bewitched you. When she walked, she was so lithe and graceful that every eye in the room followed her. I was captivated the moment I saw her.
I see. Well, what happened after that first meeting?
Rana also seemed attracted to me. After that night, we saw each other constantly. Nothing seemed to matter to me when I wasn't with her. It made me indescribably happy to learn she felt the same way. So, just a month after we'd met, we were married.
Please go on, Mr. Arnold.
In the months that followed, I began to see Rana not as the image I had been infatuated with, but as she really was. Vain, selfish, and intensely possessive. She couldn't bear to have me out of her sight. And if I was, when I returned, there would be questions. Countless questions. I began to dread seeing her. And then there were the cats. The cat? Yes, she had an insane passion for them.
When Rana and I were at school together, Doctor, she always had a few cats around. She said she couldn't live without them.
The house was always full of cats. She'd sit for hours stroking them, whispering to them, until I thought I'd go mad. Life became a nightmare for me. A nightmare full of cats. And Rana asking questions, endless questions, as to where I'd been and whom I'd seen. Finally, one day I realized I couldn't go on living with her any longer, that our marriage had been a mistake. I decided to tell her so that very evening. May I come in, Rana?
Of course, dear. Good evening, Chris. Darling, why didn't you tell me that you'd had lunch with Mary Walker when I called you at the office this afternoon?
How did you know I had lunch with her?
A friend told me.
Friend? Who was it?
Oh, what is it, Beauty? What are you trying to say?
Rana, put that cat down and answer me. Who was the friend that told you I had lunch with Mary Walker?
You've never met her, darling.
How is it that you always seem to know what I've been doing, who I've been seeing? It's as though you have people spying on me.
Chris, what a thing to say. Now, please hurry and change, or we'll be late for the Hopkins party.
Something strange about the way you always know what I've been doing. Sometimes I suspect...
Chris, look out! You stepped on Sabrina's tail.
I'm sorry, but I didn't see her.
I've asked you before to be more careful. Oh, poor Sabrina. Are you all right now, my beauty?
If there weren't so many cats underfoot, I wouldn't have stepped on her. Why must you keep them around?
Because I love cats. They're beautiful, sacred. Thousands of years ago, my ancestors worshipped cats.
When you speak like that, you almost look like a cat.
And why not? Is there anything in the world more beautiful than a cat? You see? They agree.
Ron, I can't go on like this anymore.
Oh, darling, what do you mean?
Oh, marriage was a mistake. I want a divorce.
Chris, you can't be serious.
Oh, I am, Rana. Dead serious.
I love you, Chris. And I won't give you up. You are mine, darling. And you'll always be. Nothing shall ever separate us.
Would you care for a cocktail, sir? No, thank you.
Well, even if you won't have one, Mr. Arnold, I will.
Jane, it's good to see you again. Just let me look at you.
It's good to see you, too, Chris.
You're as lovely as ever, Jane.
Chris, you're not looking well at all. You all right?
I am now. Jane, can't we go someplace and talk? What about the sheriff?
It's all right, Chris.
Here, this door opens onto it.
How is Rana?
Oh, she's fine. Jane, I've made such a mess out of everything. I was a fool to mistake infatuation for love. Jane, can you ever forgive me for the way I behaved toward you?
Well, there's nothing to forgive, Chris. I must be going now.
Well, Jane, this is a surprise.
Donna.
Really, Jane, the way you've avoided calling on us, I have suspect you're still in love with Chris.
Donna, you have no right.
Please, Chris. I'm afraid I'll have to be leaving. It's getting quite late. Good night.
Good night, Jane.
I hope I didn't interrupt anything by coming out here so unexpectedly, Chris.
Yes, Rana, you did. I was about to tell Jane that I love her and that I always will.
I suppose that's why you asked me for a divorce. You've been secretly seeing her.
Secretly seeing her? Is it possible for me to see anyone or do anything secretly without you knowing about it?
No, you're right. It isn't possible. I know everything you do. So I would forget Jane if I were you.
Rhoda, how could you possibly want me, knowing how I feel about Jane? You've got to give me a divorce.
I'll never give you a divorce. Never, do you hear? You're mine, and you always will be.
I can still see her, Doctor. She stood there, hissing at me. Chris, you're mine, and you always will be. Suddenly I realized that she looked like a cat. An angry cat. Her green eyes, cold and murderous. Her long nails digging into my arms. Her body tense. For a moment I thought she was going to scratch my eyes out. After that night, I hardly spoke to Rana. I treated her as a stranger.
Darling, you're behaving very childishly, refusing to talk to me. It's been a month now.
Why are you slowing down?
I want to talk to you, Chris, and I can't talk to you while I'm driving.
There's no point in your stopping. We have nothing to say to each other.
Oh, but we do, darling. Chris, we could be so happy together if you wanted to. You know how much I love you. I'd do anything to make you happy. Anything.
Anything? Then you can give me a divorce.
So you're still thinking of her? Hoping I'll give you a divorce so you can marry her? Well, I won't. You hear? I won't.
I think we'd better be moving along.
Chris, you haven't any right to treat me like this. I'm your wife.
Only in the eyes of the law, not in my eyes.
I hate you. I hate you.
You cat. You almost took out my eyes with those claws of yours.
I'll scratch your eyes out before I let any other woman have you.
This will bring you to your death. Now, slide over. I'll drive.
Very well, Chris. You think you've beaten me, Chris, but you haven't. Don't think it was weakness on my part because I tried to make up with you this evening.
I know better than to think that.
In the end, you'll come crawling to me. It may take a year, 2 years, 5 years, but I'll wait.
I'll never come crawling to you.
But you will, Chris. Jane knows I'll never give you your freedom. In time, she'll marry. And when she does, all the heart will be gone out of you. And then you'll be mine.
You have everything planned perfectly, Rana, don't you? But I have one escape from you you've never thought of.
Really? And what is that, Chris?
I can escape through death.
Through death?
Yes, Rana. If I should fail to take that curve ahead, we'd plunge off the side of the mountain.
Chris, you wouldn't.
Why not, Rana? You've shown me there's nothing to live for. This at least is a clean way out.
Chris, you don't mean it.
But I do, Rana. Just watch.
No, Chris. Don't.
When I drove the car over the side of the mountain, Doctor, I thought Rana and I were going to our deaths. But fate decreed otherwise. When I recovered consciousness 48 hours later, in the hospital, I learned it was only Rana who died.
Yes, I recall reading about it in the papers. It was a miracle that you survived.
Yes, for weeks they despaired of saving me. But at the end of 8 months, I walked out of that hospital. It was just a week after I was discharged that I ran into Jane on the street.
Chris. Oh, Chris, it is you.
Jane.
Chris, I heard about your accident just a few days ago when I got back from California.
Jane, you always seem to pop up just when I need you most.
Oh, dear, you look so much older. These past months must have been so difficult.
I don't want to look back at the past, Jane, but only to the future. The future I once hoped we'd share. And still do. 2 months ago, Doctor, Jane and I became engaged. It was just about that time that I first began to notice that everywhere I went, there always seemed to be a cat following me.
So that's why you were always looking around so nervously all the time.
Tell me, Miss Elliott, did you ever notice that the two of you were being followed by a cat?
Well, I have seen a few cats around, but they didn't mean anything to me.
Oh, but they did to me, Doctor.
Was it always the same cat that followed you?
Oh, no. One day it'd be one cat and another day a different one. Doctor, I know you must think I'm insane. At the time, I felt I was going mad. That is, until that night.
What night, Mr. Arnold?
The night I saw her. It happened in this very room 6 weeks ago. I had great difficulty in falling asleep. And when I did, I had a nightmare. A nightmare in which I was being followed by hundreds of silent cats. Then the silence was broken by the faint crying of one cat. The crying grew louder and louder. Suddenly, I awoke. But with my awakening, the cry didn't cease. I lay in the darkness listening, realizing that the cat I'd heard wasn't a part of my nightmare. It was real. Yes, real, living, and in my room. I could feel my heart pounding as I sat up in bed. I looked about my darkened room. Then, suddenly, I saw her. 2 burning green eyes in the darkness. There was no mistaking those eyes. Rana. It is you, Rana. Isn't it? Yes, I'd recognize those green eyes anywhere. So you come back. Just as I've always thought of you. As a cat. I know why you've come back. It's because of Jane. You always said that if you couldn't have me, no one else would. That I was yours and always would be. Well, you're wrong, do you hear? Jane and I are going to be married. Trying to scratch my eyes out. You always said you would before you let any other woman have me. Well, we'll see about that. There. Perhaps that'll hold you. Nothing you can do will stop me from marrying her. I know that the cats that were following me, spying on me, were doing so under your orders. You're the queen of the cats. Yes, I should have known. Even when you were in human form, you looked and acted like a cat. You think you're clever, but even if you are the queen of cats, you can't prevent me from marrying Jane. Ah, so you think you can? Well, perhaps a bullet between those green eyes of yours is what... I emptied the gun at her, Doctor. Then turned on the light. There was no sign of her. She'd vanished. All that I found were 6 bullet holes in the wall.
Now, Mr. Arnold, isn't it possible that you only dreamed all that actually you fired your gun in your sleep and the shots themselves awakened you?
I tried to tell myself that, Doctor. But during the nights that followed, I knew it was not a dream. For night after night, she appeared in my room. I'd lie awake, waiting to hear her voice. And then she would appear. Stare at me with those burning green eyes, waiting. I knew she'd never leave me alone as long as I intended to marry Jane. Finally, I couldn't stand it any longer, and I went to see Jane. I asked her to postpone our wedding for a time, and without asking any questions, she agreed. Doctor, the night I put off my marriage with Jane was the first night that Rana didn't appear, and the first night in a week that I was able to sleep.
Chris, why didn't you tell me that night what was troubling you?
I was afraid you wouldn't understand, Jane, that you might think I was mad.
Do you think, Mr. Arnold, that she didn't appear again because you had postponed your marriage to Jane?
I know it. Weeks went by. Weeks in which I was able to sleep soundly without being awakened by her. I came to think that perhaps it had all been part of a horrible nightmare, and that I was over it at last. Then, a week ago, I asked Jane to set the date for our wedding. She did so, and that same day we took out a marriage license.
Dr. Chris looked so much better that I thought he'd gotten over what was troubling him.
So did I. But the night after we'd applied for a license, she appeared again, in this very room.
And you've seen her every night ever since?
Yes. She just keeps staring at me with those green eyes. Waiting. And Doctor, I have a feeling something horrible will happen if I attempt to marry Jane.
You still have the marriage license?
Why? Yes. Why do you ask?
Mr. Arnold, you've reached a crisis in your life. You're faced with fears that are threatening to overwhelm your sanity. If you want Jane and happiness, you must be prepared to fight.
Fight? What? How, Doctor?
Often when we challenge our fears, we find that they exist only in our imagination. The only way for you to challenge your fears is to go through with your marriage with Jane. Now, tonight.
Tonight?
Yes, I know it's quite late, but a friend of mine who's a judge, I'm sure he'll marry you.
All right, Doctor. Jane, will you marry me? Tonight?
Oh, yes, Chris. Yes.
Sorry to get you up in the middle of the night, Judge, but for reasons I can't explain, it's important that these two be married tonight.
That's quite all right, Doc. Always glad to oblige a friend. Have you got the license and the ring, young man?
Oh, yes, sir. Here's the license. And here's the... What was that?
It's only my cat, Lucifer. Never saw a fellow so nervous. Scat, Lucifer, scat. There, he won't bother us anymore.
Chris, it's all right, darling. He's gone.
What's the matter, son? Don't you like cats?
No, he doesn't. Judge, would you mind getting on with the ceremony?
All right, Doc. Never saw so many nervous people. Now, young man, you take her right hand. That's it. Now, shall I give the long ceremony or the short one?
Oh, The short one, please.
All right. You, Christopher Arnold, take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife, to love, honor, and cherish, as long as you both shall live. I do. It's Runner. Where in blazes that cat come from? It's a cat.
Chris, please, it's only a black cat. You mustn't pay any attention to
No,
it.
of course not. Now, it's
Runner, I tell you. Look at her eyes.
Why are you so afraid of cats?
I told you she's trying to prevent me from marrying Jane. Well, I'll get rid of her for once and for all.
Chris, what are you doing with that gun? Put it down.
This time I won't miss. No, I missed. She's escaped. But she won't get away. No, wherever she's gone. I'll find her. I'll find her and kill her.
Chris, come back. I'm out of breath. Doctor, where can he be?
No, Miss Elliot. He can't be far off. We'll find him. There's a soul inside. Doc, you sure he isn't crazy?
Please, Judge.
Well, he sure acted like he was. Pulling out that gun. Listen.
Doctor, that must be Chris firing that gun.
Yes.
Come on. Those shots came from close by.
But, Doc, there's no one inside.
I think those shots came from that driveway just ahead.
Hurry, please, hurry.
We've got to take it easy now, Doc. This driveway's in complete darkness. Yes, you're right. Can't see a thing. So, Doc, have you got any matches, Doc?
Yes. Wait a minute. I'll strike one.
Afraid it isn't much of a help. Doc, look. Dead cat.
What?
Yes.
It was shot to death.
Look. Here's another one that's been shot to death.
Oh, but neither of them is the black cat.
No. Match is out. Wait a minute. I'll light another one. Come on. Doc. Isn't that somebody lying over there?
Chris!
No, Miss Elliot. You stay with the judge while I look.
All right, Doctor. It would never have happened if I hadn't agreed to marry. I was afraid. So afraid.
Doc, is it Arnold? Yes, it's him.
He's dead, isn't he? You can see it in your face.
Yes, Miss Elliot. He's dead. Doc, I don't understand. What happened to him? He's been clawed to bits, as if by hundreds of cats. His face has been torn to shreds, and his eyes...
This is the mysterious traveler. Did you enjoy our trip? Too bad about Chris Arnold, wasn't it? Seems there just isn't any escape from a jealous woman, particularly when she's the queen of the cats. You know, strangely enough, at Chris Arnold's funeral, just as the coffin was being lowered into the grave, the mourners suddenly noticed a black cat with green eyes sitting on the edge of the grave, quietly licking its paws. That cat simply couldn't be driven off. Now, I recall another case in which two ghosts got together and decided, "Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time."
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. All characters in tonight's story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. In tonight's cast were Maurice Topman, Carl Weber, Inga Adams, Mitzi Gould, John Seymour, and Brad Barker. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Robert Andrew Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled 0 Hour. Another strange and suspenseful tale of the Mysterious Traveler. This program came to you from New York. Another program of tense and dramatic action will follow in just a minute. Stay tuned to the station for Official Detective. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Now, would you tell us, Dr. Jekyll, everything you know about this man Hyde?
I don't know very much, Inspector.
But you've known him for a number of years.
Yes, that's true.
When did you meet him first?
Well, you see, it's difficult to remember offhand, but, well, I'd say I made my first acquaintance with him about, 5 years ago.
How did you meet him?
Well, he read about some of my experiments in a medical journal. He came here and made himself known to me.
Why was that? Was he a medical man?
Oh, no, far from it. But he was very interested. He had a lot of knowledge for a layman.
And you were so impressed with him that you let him help you at times?
Yes, that's right.
What was he interested in particularly?
Well, for a very long time, I've been searching for a drug that would have a certain effect on the will. He used to let me experiment on him.
Oh, how do you mean?
Well, he used to take doses of the mixtures I'd compound and allow me to watch the results.
Oh, rather dangerous, wasn't it?
Very dangerous. I warned him that he did it absolutely at his own risk. I've got papers in my laboratory in which he made a full statement that he knew what he was doing and that I was in no way to be held responsible for anything that might happen.
Well, he must have had plenty of nerve.
Well, he certainly had that.
And what was the result of these experiments? Did any of them come off?
None. We met with total failure. At the time of his disappearance, we were starting on a new line, but hadn't really gone far enough to find anything fresh.
How often did you see him?
Oh, that's hard to say. Sometimes he'd be here pretty constantly, and sometimes he'd disappear for weeks.
And you say you have no idea where he went?
None at all. He hated to be questioned, and so I didn't ask. Of course, my interest in him was purely scientific.
And what about this girl, this Hetty Wilson? Did he ever speak to you about her?
Never. I didn't even know of her existence until a few weeks before she died.
And how did you hear about her then?
When my father died, I was away on the continent. I hadn't left any address, and Dr. Lanyon went down to Hyde's house to see if he knew where I could be found. He met Hetty Wilson then and told me about her later on.
I see. And how did it happen that Dr. Lanyon knew Hyde's address?
Well, we were old friends. He knows all I do. I told him about Hyde and the work we were doing together.
Well, that seems reasonable enough.
Look here, Inspector. What are you driving at? Why shouldn't I know where Hyde lived?
Oh, no reason at all, Dr. Lanyon. But so very few people did. I was naturally curious.
I see. Well, are there any other questions, Inspector?
Did he never tell you anything about his private life? Where he got his money from, or where he went to when you didn't see him?
Well, I've told you, my interest was scientific. I didn't like him. I didn't want to know how he lived or what he did. He was useful to me and gave me a lot of help.
But he had the run of your house, used to be here at all sorts of times. Once he slept in your bed.
What's that?
Who told you that? One of your servants. A maid who was dismissed for trying to see into your laboratory.
That girl?
Yes. She told me that she'd gone into your room with your early morning tea and was horrified to see Hyde lying in your bed.
And what if he was? The man risked his life again and again for the sake of my experiments. We often worked late into the night.
Yes, that's quite understandable. All I'm trying to get at, sir, is this. That you were on pretty close terms with him.
But I repeat that I know nothing about his private life. Nothing at all.
Well, if that's the case, I'm afraid I'm not much further on than before. I'm sorry to have troubled you, Doctor.
Oh, that's quite all right. I'm sorry to have been so little help.
Yes, it's a bit of a blow to me. I'd counted rather a lot on what you could tell me. You're the only one who seems to have ever had anything to do with him, except that girl, Hetty. I'd give a lot to know just why she killed herself. Shielding someone, I'll be bound.
And, you've no idea who it might be?
Not a notion. If I had, I might be able to track down Hyde. Well, I'll not stop till I do. The man's a maniac. He's bound to break out again unless he's caught. His kind don't stop at one murder. Why, Henry, Dr. Jekyll, what's the matter?
It's all right. Just leave me alone with him. He's not well, you know. He'll be all right in a little while.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. Indeed I am.
He'll be all right. Just leave me.
Yes, of course. I'll get in touch with you later on. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, take this, old man.
I'm all right.
Now, don't try to get up. Just take things easily. What was it? One of the dizzy turns?
Just a kind of blackness that comes over me at times.
Well, keep still and don't worry. Our friend has gone, and I don't think he'll be troubling you again. You were a great disappointment to him.
Yes. I hoped I was.
Why, Dr. Jekyll.
Well, nurse, I thought I'd call in and give you a surprise.
Oh, you certainly have. Does Dr. Lanyon know you're here?
Not that I know of. Is he here?
Yes, he's with the outpatients now.
Then bring me a gown. I'll put it on and give him a hand. We might as well give him a shock, too.
Why, Dr. Jekyll?
Oh, what's the matter? Oh, yes. My hair. How do you like it?
It's as white as snow. Oh, you must have been ill.
Oh, well, it's all over now. I'm going to start work again, and we'll soon forget all about it.
Yes, I'm awfully glad to see you back again.
Why didn't you come and see me while I was ill?
You had plenty of others to look after you.
Didn't you think I might have wanted to see you and hear about your clinic?
Hear about the clinic, maybe, but I don't flatter myself you wanted to see me.
Why not?
Oh, I did call once or twice, but they always told me that Miss Utterson was with you.
I see. Surely that old jealousy doesn't exist anymore.
What makes you think that? Does it alter how I feel for you, just because I know I haven't got a hope?
Help me on with my gown, will you? Well, been kept pretty busy?
Oh, not more than usual. I think some of the patients have dropped off since you've been away.
Well, perhaps I'd better keep away altogether, and they might all get well.
Oh, when you've seen the number in the outpatients room, you won't think that.
Well, come along, then. Let's get going. What's the matter with you?
One of her legs is shorter than the other, Doctor. We've heard wonderful things about you, and we wondered if you could do anything for it.
Let me have a look at it. Now, don't be frightened. I won't hurt. I just want to take your boots and stockings off so that I can have a good look. Now, tell me, what's your name?
Tessie, sir.
Tessie? That's a pretty name. How old are you?
I'm 9, sir.
9? Do you go to school?
Yes, sir. I'm in 4th class.
Well, 4th class. Fancy that. That's pretty good for 9 years old. Now, come along. Can you stand up over there and let me see how you walk?
Do as the doctor tells you, Tess. Yes, Mama.
Did she have some sort of accident? That looks like the result of an injury to me.
Oh, yes, she did about 2 years ago.
Oh, I see. Why, what happened?
Oh, it was a terrible thing, Doctor. The poor little thing was running along the street one time late at night. She'd been for a doctor, and you'll hardly believe this, sir, but a fella took to her with a stick. Beat her something terrible, he did. And if it hadn't been for 2 other gentlemen who was near, I think he would have killed her.
What happened? Did you hand him over to the police?
No. He paid us £100 to say nothing. But I can see now that we did wrong. We didn't think he'd done her so much harm. But look at her. She's maimed for life.
Mommy.
There, dear. Now, never you mind. The kind doctor will make you better again. Oh, I didn't ought to have told you this in front of her, sir. She gets that upset to hear it. She's never been the same child since. The flight aft killed her.
Have you any idea who the man was?
No, not for certain. I never seen him myself. But they do say, sir, that it's him that done that murder a little while ago. That fella, Edward Hyde. Oh, sir, can you help her?
Yes. Yes, I'll help her. I'll make her well again. If it's the last thing that I ever do.
Unsolved Mysteries.
of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. Tonight's unsolved mystery deals with the murder of one of the motion picture industry's beloved pioneers, Desmond Taylor. It was a murder baffling, wanton, cruel, and despicable. A riddle profound and deep as an S.S. Van Dyne mystery story. The scene is the Alvarado Court Apartments in Los Angeles. The time, 7 o'clock on the morning of February 2nd, 1922. And Henry Plover, valet servant to William Desmond Taylor, mounts the steps of the porch, picks up the milk bottle from the front door step, inserts his key in the door lock, and pushes open the door.
Oh, Lord of mercy.
Help! Police, help! My boss done been murdered.
What's that? What's wrong?
My boss, he's done been murdered. Get the police! The police!
There's an officer coming down the driveway.
What's up there?
Hey, my boss is dead. Somebody done murdered him.
I'll say so. Where's the phone?
On the desk.
Yeah, I see it. Hello? Hello, give me police headquarters. Hello, Sarge. Say, there's been a murder out here at the Alvarado Court Apartments. Yeah, a guy by the name of Taylor. Okay. Now, any ideas on this thing? You, who are you?
Me, my name is Clover. I was a sort of valet. You know, I did things for Mr. Taylor.
Live here?
No, sir. At least, not nights. I was just going in here to fix the breakfast.
Taylor afraid of anyone?
No, sir. He was the best liked man in the motion pictures. Ain't nobody had no reason to kill him.
But somebody did. Looks like there'd been a struggle. Chair overturned. Nothing else, though. You know if anything's been stolen?
I can't say, boss.
Any idea whether he had any money here or not?
I don't know, boss.
Nobody reported hearing the shot.
Oh, we thought we heard a shot last night.
Yes? Who are you?
Mrs. McDonald, we live in the next apartment.
What time was that?
Well, last night at dinner, it was dusk. The servant had served dessert and had gone upstairs when Douglas and I heard the shot. I went to the door.
You see anyone leaving this apartment?
Yes, a man. He walked out backwards. Then he turned around and walked away.
Why didn't you notify the police?
Well, because I thought I'd been mistaken. I thought it must have been an auto backfiring. The man who left Mr. Taylor's apartment didn't hurry.
Oh, hello, D.A.
Oh, Desmond Taylor, huh?
Yes, D.A.
Take a look at him, Doc.
38 caliber bullet, eh? Dead anywhere from 6 to 10 hours.
That jives with your report, lady.
Yes?
Yes, lady here, Mrs. McDonald, heard what she thought was a shot last night just at dusk.
Oh? Let's take a look in this desk. Here's an income tax report. Half made out. Made out showing salary about $40,000 a year.
Yes, but look here. Here's his checkbook and passbook. Shows a balance of only $6,000.
That looks like blackmail.
You said it.
Here's something funny.
What?
The bullet hole in his coat doesn't line up with the bullet hole in his vest or with the hole in his body.
Hey, come here. Look in this closet.
Yes?
Wasn't married, was he?
No.
You better check on this stuff. Maybe a lead, you know.
Well, nothing else to be gained here. Let's get back to headquarters. We'll really get on the trail of the murderer then.
But the days sped by and the trail of the murderer was obscured in 1,000 false trails. The newspapers hinted at prominent names, the public spoke them, the police investigated them, but all leads ended in blind alleys. No evidence of blackmail was uncovered, but, too, no reason for Desmond Taylor's apparently large expenditures could be discovered. One day, the district attorney, seated in his office, discusses the case with the police officers.
Well, boys, we certainly seem to have uncovered plenty, but nothing that leads anywhere.
Seems to me, D.A., that it leads everywhere.
I've got one piece to add.
Yes?
I had a talk with Arthur Willis, the motion picture actor and one of Taylor's best friends. He told me that Taylor had spoken to him about some young woman.
Grief, another woman?
No, one of those we've already questioned. Willis says that Taylor had been worried. Seems the woman was madly in love with him and that Taylor didn't know what to do. He said he'd told her he was old enough to be her father, but Willis said that, well, we'd better look into that phase of it.
Don't worry. I have. There's nothing to it. Tell you what, boys. We've got to go back to the beginning of this thing and see if we can pick up one thread that we've missed.
I don't see how we could have missed anything.
Nevertheless, I've asked Mabel Norman to come down here and see us. I hated to do it, but that's better than our going out there. At least there's less chance of the papers finding out and blaring it all over the place.
Well, she doesn't know a thing she hasn't told us.
Perhaps. But she may have forgotten something. Or maybe she knows something that she doesn't even think important.
By the way, I had a talk with Tom Green, the Assistant United States Attorney. He tells me that Taylor appealed to him for help in stamping out the dope racket in Hollywood. Do you suppose...
It's possible. Maybe someone did bump him off because he was interfering with the dope trade. Well, we'll check on it anyway. Mrs. Woolline? Yes? Sure, bring her in. Right away. Anybody see her? No? Good, I'm glad of that.
I'm sorry, Miss Normand, to have to ask you down here, but I thought it was better than our coming out to your place.
It's all right, Mr. Woolwine. If I can do anything to help, I feel so badly about it. It seems a shame that one of the finest men in the business should be the one to be killed.
Yes. Now, Miss Normand, search your memory as to what happened that evening.
Well, I've tried. I didn't think anything of that visit at the time. How was I to know that I would be the last person to see Desmond alive?
Yes. We know how you feel.
I went to his apartment about, it was between 6 and 7. I'd been shopping, and I'd gone to the bank to place some valuables in the safety deposit box. My chauffeur called my home, and they told him that Desmond Taylor had been trying to get me all afternoon. He had a book for me.
And you went from the bank to his apartment?
Yes. I was there, not over 35 minutes. Desmond came out to the car and saw me off.
And in all your conversation, he showed neither fear, anticipation, or anxiety.
Not a thing. He was kindly, as he always was. Not worried about anything, as far as I could tell.
I tell you, D.A., the position of Taylor's body proves that he didn't know who the killer was. So there's no use looking among his associates.
I agree. Now, look here. Sum it up. Mrs. McDonald, I asked her again yesterday, says that the killer came out of the house backwards. A man, she thought, but now she thinks a woman dressed in man's clothes. The bullet holes, not lining up on his clothes, shows that he had his arms above his head.
But the overturned chair. He could have upset that as he rose to answer the doorbell. Anyway, my guess is that Taylor didn't know who his murderer was.
Right. That's the way I look at it. The murderer walked into the apartment, told Taylor to hold up his hands and face the wall, then shot him down in cold blood.
And we haven't the slightest idea who he is, where he went, and not an earthly chance of finding out. And that summed up the results of the Desmond Taylor case. Members of the film colony gave much of their time to assist the police. And it is only fair to state that these persons, whose names were blazoned across the headlines of the daily press, were innocent victims of the prominence of the murdered man. Not one of them ever was suspected by those authorities who knew every development of the case. And today the Desmond Taylor murder is still an unsolved mystery. In just a moment, you will hear a solution of the Desmond Taylor murder.
You're listening to When Radio Was. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Unsolved Mysteries on When Radio Was.
Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character exist in the solution for which you have been waiting. Remember, please, the facts are known to you. The lack of alignment of the bullet holes in Taylor's clothes. The fact that Taylor had asked assistance in fighting the dope evil in Hollywood. The murderer walking backwards out of the apartment. Remember, too, that when police pressure is put on to stop the sale of narcotics, the price becomes prohibitive. Imagine some woman pleading with the fiend who sells her the supplies.
I've got to have it. I've been paying you over $2,000 a week.
I can't help it. It's not my fault. Price has gone up.
I can't pay, but I've got to have some. I'll go crazy. Kill somebody, maybe.
Kill somebody?
Yes. Yes, anything. I'll do anything to get some.
Would you like to kill the man who's responsible for boosting the price?
Yes. Yes, I tell you, I've got to have some.
And you can, without any risk. Now, listen. You know who it is?
No. Who?
Desmond Taylor.
Desmond Taylor?
Yeah. In another week, you won't be able to get any, no matter how much you can pay. I'll tell you what. You change into man's clothes. I'll drive you there. But wait until dark. You go to his door, I'll race my engine. You shoot him and walk slowly back to the car. And no one will even guess.
I'll do it. I'll do anything, I tell you.
Dusk, the evening of the 1st of February. A closed car draws up outside the Alvarado Court apartments. The woman disguised as a man walks up to Desmond Taylor's apartment, rings the bell.
Who's there?
It's me, Francis.
Francis? Well, come in. The door's unlocked.
As he speaks, Taylor rises quickly from his chair, upsetting it. He's in his shirt sleeves, and turning round so that his back is to the door, he slips on his coat. As his hands are above his head, the door opens. He sees nothing, hears nothing, not even the click of the hammer as the woman in the doorway raises her trembling hand and fires. The evidence shows that Desmond Taylor was working on his income tax return and was probably in his shirt sleeves. This, as he rose quickly to put on his coat, accounts for the lack of alignment of the bullet holes, the overturned chair. The rest of the solution is based on the known fact that more than one woman in the motion picture industry in Hollywood was paying in excess of $2,000 a week for dope. But which one? If you know that, you have the last link in the solution of the Desmond Taylor murder mystery.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Alibi Me, a suspense play starring Mr. Mickey Rooney.
A showdown. This time it's a showdown. No more even Stevens. A showdown. I took all I'm going to take from him. It's tough enough to hustle a buck even without interference from Julie, without aggravation from Julie. This time it's a showdown with me and him. For real. Julie! Listen to me.
No manners. No knock on the door. No could I come in. No good afternoon. No manners. No class. Always on the muscle, huh?
I want to talk
Not
to you, Julie.
so loud. A little more relaxative with the voice. This ain't no candy store in Brownsville.
What's the big idea?
Didn't you hear what I said? You ain't on no street corner. You're in a high-class office. Upstairs a dance school. Underneath the music professor. You hear him?
Yeah, I hear him.
So keep it quiet. Keep it class.
I want to know what's the big idea, you hear me? I just came from Pitkin Avenue. There ain't a candy store. There ain't a pool room. There ain't a bar that'll handle my punch boards anymore. Not one. We now take from Julie, they said.
They said correct.
But that's my territory, Julie. I built up that punch board
I know,
business there.
I watched. You hustle good. You build it up real nice for me. And I appreciate it. I already sent you the biggest lollipop I could find. The biggest lollipop in town for the town's biggest sucker.
Julie, I'm warning you.
You're warning me what? What? What do you do? Give me a double whammy like in the funnies? Oh, ever since we were kids, you hate me, I hate you, and it's like a kind of mutual life insurance for both of us, huh? There's not a cop on the force that don't know how we feel about each other. You're forgetting what Larkin said to us years ago. If ever one of you punks get knocked off, he says, my first suspect will be the other. So what are you warning me? Grow up, Georgie, grow up.
I'm not going to let you get away with it. That punch board business is mine. I need it, see? I need the dough, too.
You need the dough. Well, I'll tell you what. This is just your speed. Here. Here's a $50. Run down and get me a corned beef sandwich and keep the change. Here, catch.
Julie! Julie,
Look at the face on him. If looks could kill, huh, kid? Go away now, huh? I got 1,000,001 things on my mind. I need you standing there like a hole in the head. Larkin, 6 o'clock, I got to report to Larkin on my parole. What? Georgie, put down that phone. They'll know you've done it. Georgie, Larkin, oh no!
It's done. I put my hand on the big vein in his neck. I can't feel nothing. Not a flutter. He's dead.
In just a moment, Mr. Mickey Rooney in the first act of Alibi Me.
Hey, Harlow. Any New Year's resolutions?
Sure have, Hap. First, I'm going to get away fast.
Well, goodbye.
No, Hap. Get my car away to quick starts with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs.
Oh? What else?
Smoother performance, Hap.
You an actor, Harlow?
No, smoother engine performance is what I mean. And the formula is to replace faded, fatigued, worn-out spark plugs with fresh, flawless, ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs.
Sure, but any more pledges, Harlow?
Well, I'll save gas.
Less driving, huh?
No. More driving, Hap, because when you replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, you get quick starts, smoother performance, and gas savings. Why, you just can't buy better spark plugs for your car than Autolite.
But your resolutions, Harlow.
Oh, yes. Friends, resolve now to see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer soon and have him replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And whether you choose the resistor type or the standard type, you'll be right because you're always right with Autolite. And now with Alibi Me and the performance of Mr. Mickey Rooney, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
I look at dead Julie lying. Then I pick up the phone I hit him with. I wipe it clean. No fingerprints. And I stand still and listen. No screams, no whistles, no pounding on the door. Only the music professor underneath playing like nothing happened. Nothing much has. Just one stinker less in the world. I look down at Julie and I remember standing next to him in Larkin's office in the precinct station house years ago. And Lieutenant Larkin saying,
"If ever one of you punks is knocked off, my first suspect will be the other. Better have a good alibi, whichever one of you does it. Because I'm warning you now, once I get you down to headquarters, you're a hot seater."
Good alibi. How much time do I have to set up a good alibi? 10 after 4. And at 6, Julie was supposed to report to Larkin till 6. An hour and 15 minutes to set up an alibi. Hadn't much time. Come on, kid. Come on, get going. I leave Julie's office. Julie Moore, promotions. Bite my prints off the knob and hurry downstairs. Hurry down for an alibi, I need. I need people, too, for it. But who? Who alibis for me? Leo. He's the one. He'll alibi me. Leo. Leo's behind the bar. I plunk myself down at one end where I'm all alone. Leo sees me, gives me a big grin. I feel relaxed for the first time since I've done it. I wink and I give him a nod. He comes over and we shake.
Georgie, Lord, love your boy. You're a sight. It's all right. Yeah, what do you have? Just name it. It's in the house.
Give me a scotch, will you, Leo? We've known each other for a long time, huh?
Oh, I hate to think of the years that's passed since we met. I'm getting old, Georgie, old.
Not too old to remember a couple of favors I've done, though, for you, huh?
Georgie, boy, not if I was to live to be 100. Yeah, see, under the old bunch what I say. Georgie, I say, you can have me right arm up to there any time.
What you say?
Drink hardy, son.
Well, here's to you. Thanks, Leo, I want you to do something for me.
Well, I'm a little short right now.
Huh?
I had a gallstone cut out last summer.
No, it ain't money, Leo. It's just, well, in case you should be asked, I've been sitting here since 3:30.
Yeah? Why?
Well, what's the difference? Why?
Anybody special you want me to say it to?
What, are you going to do it or not?
Look, George, I got a right to know what I'm getting into. You want me for an alibi? I don't know why.
Well, let's not make a production out of it. Chances are you might not even be asked. But if you are, I've just been sitting here since 3:30, see? Okay?
Well, Lieutenant Larkin may be one of the ones who might ask.
Could be. What makes you think of him?
I just seen him going to Andy's place across the street. He's on a prowl.
Just now. Leo, you got to do this for me. You've got to.
Not on your life. I ain't alibiing you. Not with Larkin in the picture.
You ain't the guy to forget favor, are you, huh?
Look, you want money, I'll find money. I don't know where, but I'll find it. You want food, I'll feed you. You want clothes, I'll clothe you. Just say the word.
No, Leo.
But no alibi, George. No alibi. Excuse me, I got custom.
I feel like taking a bottle and smashing it over his head. Leo, just wait till he's off of me this once. Now, come on, Dick. When I remind you what you just said to me. Georgie, take a hold of yourself. It's 4:25. You got only 95 minutes left till 6 o'clock. When Julie don't show, Larkin goes looking first for Julie, then for you. I got to get ready for Larkin when he finds me. It's got to be a good alibi. He won't settle for less. Think, Georgie, think. Who do you know? Who are your friends? Try to remember. You don't have to have any friends. I mean, anybody you can pressure will do. Put down that bottle. Put it down before you drop it and everybody turns around and looks at you. Forget the drink and get out of here. No, that front door, stupid. Larkin's across the street. When I get your pussy, you know something's wrong. The back way. Out the back way. Air feels good. I'm hot all over. I can feel sweat running down my legs. It's like an electric current juicing through my body. An electric... George, breathe deep. Take good deep breaths. Oh, that's good. That feels better. Now it's gone. Feeling's gone like it was never there. That's all right, Georgie. That's all, Moxie. You're not the... brains. You're not like... You get an alibi. You'll have it all set before 6, then let Larkin come. You can laugh in his face, sure. What time is it? 5 minutes more gone. Georgie, think. Stop right where you are. Think. Oh! Aha. You see? It works. The second thought and everything comes to you. Joni. That's who Joni. She'll be your alibi. Oh, Georgie, you're such a dope. Wasting all that time worrying and aggravating yourself, and all you had to do is come over to the apartment, 1, 2, 3, your piece of mind. She's crazy about you. It has been ever since that day up at Bear Mountain. Which apartment was hers? E-F-G? No, J. J, yeah, J for Joni, huh? Let her be in. Please let her be in. I'll never ask nothing again. Just let her be in.
Wow. Look what the
baby. Kiss her, Georgie. Kiss her. Kiss her hard. That's right. That's it. Now pick her up in the arms, carry her in the living room. Set her down on your lap. Good. You ought to be in the movies. Oh, Joni. I don't know how I managed to stay away so long, baby.
I shouldn't talk to you. I really shouldn't. More than 2 months.
You want to know why? You began to mean too much to me, kid. Stay away from her, I says to myself. Just don't ever see her. She'll wear off. I was wrong, Joni. You mean much more to me than ever, though. I couldn't hold out no longer. That's why I'm here.
Oh, George.
Yeah.
Baby, don't ever stay away again, no matter what the reason. Don't ever stay away from me.
I'm back for good.
Honest?
Oh, sure. Look at me and the answer. You get it, huh? Take a good look.
Oh, George.
See? Satisfied, huh?
Oh, it's been terrible without you. All the time singing the blues, not feeling like going out or seeing anybody. Just flopping around the apartment and listening to the radio. I thought I'd go crazy.
Yeah, that's over and done with, honey. Happy times are back now. You know what? We're going to celebrate. Tonight, yeah. Put on the fancies. We'll go stepping, dinner, a show, dancing after. How does that sound?
I got a new number I've been dying to wear.
Yeah, good. Anybody here today?
No, not a soul. I was all alone, feeling just awful. Until you came.
Yeah, Joni, look, in case anybody asks you that... Anybody... Not that anybody's going to with me, but in case they should, do me a favor, huh? Would you tell them I was here with you all day?
I'll tell the world you were here with me from the rooftops. I don't care who knows.
Would you do that, honey?
I love you, Georgie.
Oh, baby, I love you,
I just love you.
You. Swell. Well, look, Joni, in case anybody wants you to be definite, will you say I was here since 3:30 and stick to it no matter what? 3:30?
I'll say I... What?
Huh?
Wait a sec. What are you trying to get me to do?
Relax, honey. What are you sitting up for?
No, Georgie.
What's the matter?
What's the matter? Plenty.
Huh?
Plenty's the matter. You dirty, no good, miserable piece of humanity.
Joni, listen.
I'm beginning to get it. I know I'm not the smartest girl ever lived, but how smart do you have to be to get this picture? You ought to be... You stayed away because I was getting to be a habit, huh?
Stop, honey.
You can't live without me. Isn't that the way it went? You want me. You want to spend the afternoon here.
What?
Well, isn't that just too touching for words? Trying to sucker me to give yourself an alibi.
Now, Joni, stop yelling. Listen to me. What I said was true. I need you. Honestly.
Sure you do, to give you an alibi. That's why you came here. Just so I'll say you were here with me since 3:30. You want to use me. What have you been up to, Georgie?
Huh?
What have you done since 3:30 that makes you need me like that? No, don't tell me, because it's no good. I don't care what you've done. I don't care what's done to you either.
Huh?
An arrest, jail, the electric chair, I don't care.
Yeah.
You get no alibi from me, Mr. Wise Guy. Now pick yourself up out of that chair and get out of here.
Don't slaughter, Georgie. There's no time for that now. Lady, but not now. The main thing now is that alibi. You wasted enough time with her now, yeah. You'll have to work fast. You wasted a whole half hour. What did you get for it? Nothing. Only 65 minutes left, kid. That ain't much. That's a complete show in a newsreel theater. It's a 5-course dinner at the Little Romanian. 65 minutes. We'll find Julie at 6 or a few minutes after, and then... Close it, Georgie. Close it. Larkin, on the prowl. He mustn't see you. He doesn't let him see you. Larkin sees you. He'll put two and two together. He'll talk to Joni. He'll learn you're trying to set an alibi down to the cellar, kid. Try the backyard. Wait a minute. No panic. Think. Cool alibi. But good airtight, ironclad. Cement foundation alibis. Where do you get one? Think hard. Who's around town? Who's left? Timmy. Yeah, Timmy. So, you should have thought him first. Timmy, lying there in the hospital. Timmy, hurry, George. Run, hurry!
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Mickey Rooney in Alibi Me, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Hey, Hap, help me spark a plug.
You mean I can help tell about...
I do, about Autolite spark plugs. The spark plugs that are ignition engineered to work as a perfect team with your car's ignition system.
You know what they'll do for your car, don't you, Harley?
I sure do, Hap, because when you replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition engineered Autolite spark plugs, you'll get smoother performance, quick starts, gas saving.
You rang the bell that time, Harlow.
Well, that's because ignition engineered Autolite spark plugs are designed by the same Autolite engineers who designed the coil, distributor, and all the other important parts of the complete ignition system, used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars. Why, Autolite spark plugs are world famous for quality and performance.
Go on, Harlow.
Well, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer and have him replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Either the resistor type or the standard type, because you're always right with Autolite. And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Mickey Rooney in Elliott Lewis's production of Alibi Me, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
lobby of the General Hospital is filled with visitors. Some laughing, some looking sad. Walk past the desk and the elevators and up the stairs to the fourth floor. I'm in luck. See, I see nobody. Nobody sees me. And a quick dash from the corridor to Timmy's room, and I just...
Georgie. Oh, Georgie, it's good to see you.
Hi, Timmy. You're looking 100% sorry. I didn't have time to bring candy or flowers. How you doing, kid?
Oh, knock wood, not bad at all. Pull up a chair, Georgie. Sit down.
Yes.
You know something? You look sicker than me.
How you feeling, Tim?
Oh, not bad. You know how it is with what I got. The worst part's lying here in the hospital. I'm a guy who always likes to be in action, you know? But I'm alive and I'm not kicking.
Yeah.
Doctors say it was a miracle.
Yeah, sure.
Well, how are things with you, kid?
Tim, I'm leveling with you, see? I come up by the stairs and I didn't want no one to see me.
Yeah? You in a spot, Georgie?
I need an alibi for this afternoon, see? Since 3:30.
You got it, Georgie. I'm in this private room. Nobody comes near it. The nurses and orderlies don't come unless I give out a yell. Yeah. And I can have visitors any time I like, but no one was here all day, not even my wife.
Timmy, I'll never forget you for this.
Georgie, you got one of the oldest alibis in the world.
But
you were sitting up with a sick friend. Anybody doubts it, send him to me.
Shows you never know who's your friend till you're in a jam, huh?
Yeah, wait. I'll have a nurse come in so she can see you. Then you take the elevator down. Ask some dumb questions so he'll remember you. Do things at all, kid. Do them right.
Yeah, you don't miss a trick, do you, huh? Thanks again, Tim.
I'll ring for it now.
Georgie. What is Georgie? What is it? My ticker. What is Georgie? What is it? You want a drink of water?
I don't feel so good.
Huh? Come on. Timmy.
Don't worry. Don't worry about the alibi.
Timmy, don't die now. Tim, don't answer me, please. Don't. He's dead. My alibi is dead. Stop moving, Georgie. No point hanging around. You can't do nothing for him. And he can't do nothing for you. And if you don't find that alibi fast, you'll be seeing him maybe sooner than you think. I leave the hospital where I came in, go into the lobby. I look at the clock. 45 minutes left. It's 5:15. 45 minutes left. 45 minus 10 seconds. 20, 30, 40, 50. 44 minutes left. Hurry, George. Hurry! I'm sunk. It's 5 or 6 and I'm sunk. In 10 minutes, maybe Larkin will be here. I got nothing in the way of an alibi. I tried now. I'm tired of trying. What's the use? Wash out. I got no alibi. So I come home. I'm walking upstairs, see? And I hear a sound. My landlady, Mrs. Edinger, is nailing down linoleum in the hallway. Mrs. Edinger, yeah. How did that sound go? Apples in Spain. Leave the window pane back in your own backyard, sure. Yeah, Mrs. Edinger. Yeah, honey, let me do that for you. Give me that hammer.
Oh, it's you, Georgie. Thanks, but never mind. Has this come in?
Yeah, but if anyone asks you, especially Larkin, you tell them I was in all afternoon. Understand?
Larkin? Lieutenant Larkin?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, I couldn't do that, Georgie. I won't lie to that cop. Don't count on it.
I do count on it, I do. And you do, too. Don't shake your head. No, I say to do it. You'll tell Larkin I'm in my room all day.
No, Georgie.
Mrs. Edinger, you don't tell Larkin I'm in all day, and I'll tell him about Charlotte.
I don't have any idea what you mean.
In fact, not even one.
Please, Georgie, I don't want no trouble. I'm honest. I work hard to keep my kids honest.
You keep your kids honest, huh? So honest that Charlotte lifts a fur jacket right out of the department store.
I made her give it back. I marched her into the store myself and gave it back to the manager.
Sure, I know, but a crime's a crime, whether a store prosecutes or not. You know, you find something...
She's only 15. You wouldn't tell. Her life would be ruined, Georgie.
No, Mrs. Edinger. What's to cry? Am I going to tell on Charlotte? Of course not. I'll keep my mouth shut just like you want. And you open your mouth just like I want, and everything will be fine. If Larkin asks you, I wasn't out of my room all afternoon. Agreed?
You won't tell him about Charlotte?
Not a word. I take an oath. Look, I swear it.
All right, Georgie. All right. But not a word about Charlotte.
My memory is terrible. As long as yours is good. field of the living. They're the best alibi in the world. 6:15. Won't be long now, but watch yourself when Larkin is here, kiddo. Just the right attitude, remember? Not too anxious, not too casual. Just right, you know. Yeah? Who is it?
Open up, Georgie. It's me, Larkin.
Who is it? Oh, well, what a surprise.
Yeah.
And to what do I owe this great pleasure?
Remember I once told you, Georgie, if anything happened to Julie or to you, my first pickup would be the other one?
Yeah, I remember. So what? Oh. You mean Julie is... He's been
made dead.
No, kid. No. What do you know? You come over to me with your shoulder to cry on, huh?
You're not surprised?
I'm not the only guy who hated Julie, you know. Let me know who did it when you find out. I'll contribute a sawbuck to his defense, see?
Save your money, Georgie. You might need it.
How come?
Remember I told you at the same time you better have a good alibi, because once I got you down to headquarters, I'd prove you did it.
Yeah, that word seems to strike a bell.
I'll give, Georgie. Where were you today?
Huh? I was nowhere.
Oh, that's a fact.
It's a fact. I was right here all afternoon.
Can you prove it?
It ain't easy to prove. You was somewhere alone all day.
Can you prove you were here?
Well, I didn't see anybody except... Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mrs. Edinger. My landlady.
Yeah, all right. Let's hear her version.
Mrs. Edinger? Hey, Mrs. Edinger! Come on up here a minute, will you?
Now?
Yeah, right now.
All right, I'm coming. Oh, it's something. I'm up here, they want me down there.
Yeah.
Down there, they want me up here, George.
All right.
If it's a complaint, I don't want to hear. Tell me tomorrow. Today I can't take another
This is
one.
Lieutenant Larkin. He wants to ask
Sit down,
you...
Mrs. Edinger. You must be tired. I won't keep you long. Were you in all day?
The whole day.
Was Georgie in all day?
Georgie? This Georgie?
Well, how many you got in the place?
Yes, sure, he was in.
You're positive?
I'm positive.
What makes you so positive?
What makes me so positive? I cleaned this room. That's what makes me so positive.
Yeah, that's what you cleaned it.
And I pressed the suit for him later. That's what makes me so positive.
Yeah?
And when I was sweeping the hall, his door was open, and I saw him. And when I was downstairs, he yelled down to me a couple of times.
You're prepared to swear to that in a court of law?
Go ahead, Miss Edinger. Swear by your daughter's head.
I swear.
All right. Thank you. You can go.
I worked hard all day, all night.
Well, that's it then, Georgie.
Meaning?
Meaning your alibi stinks, as far as I'm personally concerned. But for the record, it lets you off the hook.
Hate that, don't you? You'd like to hang the big one on, wouldn't you?
I'll see you around, Georgie. Keep your nose clean.
Yeah, sure thing.
Lennox, Mr. George Lennox?
Yeah, that's me, kid. Yeah.
I got a package for you. Blue Arrow Delivery Service, sign here.
Yeah, good. Who's it from?
Mr. Moore, Mr. Julie Moore.
Open it, Georgie. I want to see.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll open it up and see. It's a lollipop.
I never seen such a big one.
That's your opinion. Beat it. Will you get out of here? Look, kid, go on, beat it. What are you waiting for?
What do you think he's waiting for, Georgie? Stake this
You
kid.
stake him. What am I, the mint? You stake him. Go ahead.
Okay, cheapskate. Okay, keep your lousy tip. Fine thing. I'm here twice this morning and 3 times this afternoon, and you're not in. 5 times up and down them stairs, and not even a nickel chip.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Hey, thanks, man.
Shut up.
Oh, Buck, thanks.
Don't mention it, kid. You deserve it. You earned it.
Shut up.
Thanks. Oh, I almost forgot. There's a message goes with it. To the biggest sucker in town. That's all there is to the message.
It's enough. Get your hat and coat, Georgie. Suspense, presented by Autolite. Night star, Mickey Rooney. Hey, Hap, do you know something? They're a great group.
Who, Harlow?
Why, the more than 400 products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants from coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of America's finest cars,
electric windshield wipers, starting motors, voltage regulators, coils, distributors, wire and cable, generators, all engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. And because all Autolite parts are original factory parts, you can be sure that you're right, because you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, Miss Ginger Rogers as star of Vamp Till Dead. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Eve Arden, Itzel Pinza, and Paul Douglas, all appearing in tales well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Alibi Me was written by Third Jeffrey and adapted for Suspense by Walter Newman. Mickey Rooney is appearing by arrangement with MGM. Producers of the Technicolor production, Pagan Lovestone, starring Esther Williams, Howard Keel, and Nina Gomble.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Miss Ginger Rogers in Vamp Till Dead.
Buy world-famous Autolite resistor-type or standard-type spark plugs, Autolite stateful batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Vamp Till Dead, a suspense play starring Miss Ginger Rogers. And now, with Vamp Till Dead and the performance of Miss Ginger Rogers, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Your first name, I've forgotten. What did you say it was?
Amy, Mr. Gentry. Amy Watkins.
Amy. Yes. And are you a good secretary, Amy?
Why, you have all of my recommendations, Mr. Gentry. I mailed them to you a week ago.
Oh, yes. To be sure, I must have looked at them, or I wouldn't have hired you and had you come all the way from New York now, would I? You never worked for a writer. You think you'll like it here in this big house, working for me?
I hope so, sir.
Sir. Sir. That's very good. Did that politeness come from some secretarial school, or perhaps your dear old mother taught it to you?
No, I know, sir.
Never mind, Amy. As soon as we finish eating, you may unpack, write whoever you have to write, and explain that you are safely here. We start work first thing in the morning.
I'll attend to all that, Mr. Gentry.
What do you think of me?
I beg your pardon.
Me? How do I strike you? What am I? A gentle person, a wit, a profound talent, a buffoon? Tell me, Amy. I'd be interested in your opinion.
Well, I've only known you half an hour, Mr. Gentry.
Then I'll tell you I'm a writer. Amy, do you know what it means to have 1,000,000 words inside of you and not be able to let them out?
No, sir.
It's an utter horror, and that's the way it's been with me for almost a year. But now I'm ready to go back to work again and release those 1,000,000 words. To take them down, that'll be your job.
I'll do my best, Mr. Gentry.
It's not going to be easy, very demanding, Amy. That's why I'm paying you a good salary. I'll make you work when it's working time.
I understand, Mr. Gentry.
Sometimes I feel like working, and sometimes I don't. And sometimes I like carnations on the dinner table, Amy. Very hard to get. Shipping problems in winter like this. Delicate, fragile things.
Yes, they are. But they're my favorite flower.
The cook's name is Jenny. She'll help you find your way around the house. And for heaven's sake, call me Paul, not Mr. Gentry.
Yes, Paul.
Oh, that's better. I suppose you're tired.
Yes, I am. It was a terribly long trip.
You can find your way to your room. Wait a moment, Amy. Wait. First time I've had a good look at you. Can't see by candlelight over a dinner table. Tilt your head toward the lamp. I want to see your face more clearly.
But don't.
Do as I say. You're trembling as I touch your face, Amy. You're frightened.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not at all.
At this instant, you can't decide whether or not I'm a madman. You must need this job very badly.
I want to work for you. I have an invalid father.
I'm not interested in your problems. Don't tell them to me. Amy, it's an assistance to me if people adjust to new situations as quickly as possible. Have you heard about my wife?
No, sir. I haven't.
Well, you will, so I'll tell you. People around here say I killed Mrs. Gentry.
His great black eyes, set deep back in his head, seemed to be laughing at me when he said that. As though he expected me to run from the room and get as far away from him as I could. But I didn't move. Somehow, in that moment, I knew that I wanted to be near him, no matter what he had done.
Good night, Amy.
I went upstairs to my room. I could still hear laughter even after I closed the door. And then, finally it stopped. And I was lying across my bed when I was aware that someone was standing beside me.
He's like that, child. You mustn't mind him.
What?
It's his way. A way you'll come to know and understand if you remain here and work for him. I'm Jenny, the cook.
Oh, yes. I'm glad to meet you. He said you'd show me around. Somehow I didn't imagine you'd be like this.
Oh, my dear. Well, I find more satisfactory inspiration in serving meals for a fine writer like Paul Gentry than I ever found in the 23 years I taught a high school English class.
Mm-hmm. Jenny, I'm going to like you.
Don't let him upset you. He really doesn't mean it. He can be as gentle as he is harsh. No one really understands him.
Did Mrs. Gentry understand him?
No, she didn't. She never made an attempt. There's a question in your eyes, Amy.
Was she murdered?
Yes. In that little guest cottage down by the bridge. You can see it from this window.
There? Oh, it seems so still and quiet, Jenny. It's hard to realize.
Yes. Happened almost a year ago. I served dinner that night. They argued over something trivial, the flowers on the table. Mrs. Gentry ran from the house. A few minutes later, I could hear her playing the piano from that cottage. Some little tune that always infuriated him. The next morning, her body was found slumped over the piano. Her neck was broken. That's all.
Thank you for telling me about it, Jenny.
There was no evidence against Mr. Gentry. No proof. only hearsay and talk.
I see.
You'll hear that talk from time to time, Evie. Will it disturb you?
No, I don't think so.
Strange.
What?
Your appearance, my dear. It's really quite remarkable how much you resemble Isabel Gentry.
I didn't go right to bed that night. Instead, I slipped out of the house after everything became quiet and followed the path across the bridge to the guest cottage, where she had been murdered. The door was unlocked, and even though it was dark, I found the piano. As I played, I wondered how much of Paul Gentry I might have understood if I had been Isabel. For the next 3 weeks, I took dictation from morning till night. The whole place was geared especially for his return to work. Jenny seemed to be everywhere, bringing in meals at all hours, slipping in and out of rooms silently so as not to disturb anyone. And then one afternoon, when I walked into his study, there was another man standing there beside Paul.
Oh, Amy. This is Al Pender, a local newspaper man. He tried his best to have me indicted for murder.
Oh? How do you do, Mr. Pender?
I'm a celebrity, Amy. Pender wants to interview me about my new book. Why don't you tell him all about it?
I wouldn't want the responsibility, Paul.
You can tell him how bad it is as well as I can.
No, Paul. I couldn't say that about it.
What could you say about it? Anything worthwhile? The dropped eyes, the withdrawal. Isabel used to react the same way when I became angry with her.
Do I remind you of her?
Yes, you remind me of Isabel. Of all the things in her that stopped me from writing. How do you like that, Pender? There's a story for you to print.
You want me to print it, Gentry?
I'd kill you if you did.
I'm sorry that I remind you of Isabel, Paul.
Are you, Amy? Are you really? No, I don't think you are. I don't think you are at all.
Well, has he been like this much?
I'd rather not say, Mr. Pender.
Al.
Oh.
I'm glad he left, Amy. I think you're a nice person.
Thank you.
Too nice to work for him. How'd you meet him? How'd you get this job?
I found out he was going back to work and needed a secretary.
Did you know that no one in town would work for him?
Yes, because of Isabel Gentry.
And still you came here?
Yes.
He killed her. Everyone knows it.
It was never proved.
No, because of a technicality. I watched him here with you. He looked at you the same way he used to look at Isabel, with that fury in his eyes.
I know that.
And there's a reason. At times, Amy, you look a great deal like her. That means you're in danger as long as you're around him. He's a madman. He might actually think of you as Isabel.
I want him to think of me as Isabel in every way possible, every day, every minute. There must be some way to prove he killed her.
Who are you?
I'm Isabel Gentry's sister.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Ginger Rogers in Elliot Lewis's production of Vamp Till Dead, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
For the next few days, Paul Gentry threw himself into his work with a vicious sort of concentration and purpose. But his efforts were all in vain. His writing seemed to go from bad to worse. The stories were twisted, perverse, distorted studies in human behavior. The women were inevitably deceitful. The men tortured and driven to insane rages.
Terrible. Terrible. Not a word, not a single word in the whole mess that's printable at all.
Perhaps you're trying too hard, working too hard, Paul.
How can you accomplish anything worthwhile if you only half try?
I'll ask Jenny to bring us some coffee.
I don't want any coffee. I don't want anything. Maybe I expect too much, want too much, need too much. What is it that's the matter with me? What is it? Tell me.
I can't tell you, Paul. I don't understand you.
You don't even try, Isabel. Why do you smile?
You just called me Isabel.
I did. Well, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. It was an accident.
Yes, Paul. Of course it was. It was an accident. For the first time since I had met him, Paul Gentry was confused. And it was the confusion I had been hoping for. I began to do everything the way I had remembered Isabel. I wore her favorite perfume. I held my head to one side and smiled the way she used to. I started dropping her expressions in my speech. I wasn't sure all the time whether I was torturing him or he was torturing himself. But unconsciously, he began to think of me as Isabel. Even Jenny noticed it.
Amy!
Oh, I didn't notice you come in, Jenny.
What are you doing? Here in the cottage.
Practicing?
It was the little melody she used to play. He's been calling you by her name, hasn't he?
No, it's probably because his mind is on his work, and an old habit is difficult to break. And you're not thinking about it.
You've fixed your hair the way she used to wear it.
Have I? I often put it up like this. Do you think my hair would really bother him, Jenny?
Oh, it's hard to tell. The poor man. She was such a part of his life. I guess he can't quite give her up even yet.
Oh, maybe it'd be better if he didn't even try. A memory is sometimes a wonderful thing.
Not hers. There was something about her that killed his inspiration to create and left him with a feeling only to destroy. And he's done a good job, starting with himself.
His writing is very bad. What do you think I could do to help him?
Leave. Because no one can help him but himself.
But if he's going to write, he needs me.
Do you want to go through life with a picture in your mind of man being eaten alive by the acids that are burning inside of him?
Jenny, why do you stay?
Oh, I'm like his desk or the chair he sits on, just a piece of furniture doing a job. He doesn't think about me one way or the other. Someday I'll be able to see him get back to writing the way he used to.
You mean without her?
Yes.
Do you think he killed her, Jenny?
That's something I don't dare think about, Amy.
I thought about it. In the days that followed, Paul's work went from bad to worse, and so did his temper. He was unmanageable most of the time. Then his headaches finally came upon him, and he couldn't work for hours at a time. He would sit in his chair, drinking and staring at me. Just staring. Sometimes I expected him to leap out of his chair and beat me to death. And other times I was afraid he was going to fall on his knees and throw his arms around me, begging forgiveness. I knew he was almost ready to break the day he went into a rage and started throwing things around his study. I left the house and walked down to the bridge. I was only alone for a minute.
Hello, Amy. I heard all kinds of noise in the house. What's going on?
Suppose I ask you what's going on. You seem to be keeping a pretty close watch on me. Why?
We call it humanity. Call it what you like. I don't want anything to happen to you.
Is that the only reason?
No. I want to be around when he breaks up completely.
Are you sure it's just humanity? Or trying to catch a murderer? It looks more like a campaign of personal revenge.
I said call it what you like. But if you stick around here another minute, you're out of your mind.
Suppose I told you I wasn't worried about myself.
And I'd say you're crazy. You're in more trouble than Isabel was. He's going to go. And when he goes, nothing or nobody around him is going to be safe.
Al, I'm going to tell you something. Isabel used to write to me, and she was pretty frank. She told me about a
newspaper man she was interested in. Could you be that newspaper man?
How many of them do you think there are in this town?
Is it because you loved Isabel that you want to see her murderer caught? Or would you just like to sacrifice Paul Gentry because he was married to her when you wanted her?
All right. So I knew your sister. There were very few young men in this town who didn't. She didn't like living here. She didn't like Paul Gentry. She didn't like this lousy small town.
Then why didn't she get out?
You can't walk when you're dead.
I mean before.
Because she was afraid of him. Cowed by him, mentally beaten down by his peculiar form of sadism.
You really hate him, don't you?
Look, I brought you something. This gun.
What do I want that for?
Because if you're foolish enough to stay on in that house, you need some protection.
But not a gun.
Everything's on your side, Amy. The first time he comes at you, let him have it. No jury in this town would ever do a thing to you.
I came here to get proof that Paul Gentry killed my sister. And I want him to pay for it, under the law. But it seems to me that you want me to be judge, jury, and executioner.
Take it, you little fool. He's dynamite. What did you come here for? To play games? Take it. Hurry up. Put it in your pocket.
All right.
And are you aware that this land belongs to me? What are you doing on it?
Talking to her. What does it look like?
Paul, please.
How many times do I have to tell you to leave my wife alone? Your wife? It's bad enough that I have to tolerate you in public places. But this land is private. And it's mine. Go on, get off it while you can still walk. And Isabel, you get back to the house where you belong.
I ran back and locked myself in my room. Downstairs, I heard Paul moving around in his study. Then I heard a bottle crash against the wall. And then his heavy steps coming up the stairway. And then, suddenly, before I could do anything, he was standing in my doorway.
Isabel!
Paul, come to me.
Isabel, why did you make me do it?
Why did you do it, Paul?
I couldn't help myself. It was those men all the time, especially Amy. Isabel's dead. You're Amy. Why do you keep making me think that you're Isabel?
Please let me go, Paul.
What's this all about, Amy?
Let me go, Paul.
All right. A few weeks ago, you came here and began talking and acting like her. Or is it my imagination? Maybe I'm going crazy.
Paul, I think it's mostly your imagination. Maybe I happen to be a little like her.
No, there's something more to it than that. Something I can't figure out. Something in the air or inside of me. I don't know what it is. But I do know one thing. Another week of this and... Amy, why don't you leave here while it's safe?
I think it is safe, Paul.
You aren't afraid of me the way you were that first night. You aren't afraid of what I might do to you?
No, Paul. I'm not afraid. If you really want me to go, I will. I'd rather stay. I want to be close to you. Closer to you than anybody in this world has ever been.
I don't want you to go, Amy. Ever. I love you.
I know. You love me the same way you once loved her. Isn't that so?
Yes, Amy, that's so. And I want you to marry me.
Of course, Paul. Of course. I've always wanted to be your wife.
Amy. Amy.
I let him kiss me then, hoping he wouldn't feel the gun in my pocket. I knew that very soon I might have to use it. The next evening, when we came back from the wedding license bureau, he planned a wonderful dinner for two. The table was beautiful with candles and flowers and expensive silver. When I walked into the dining room, I was dressed in the perfect image of my sister, as I remembered her.
Isabel, you never look more beautiful.
Thank you, Paul.
Your chair.
Thank you.
We're having roast mallard duck. I shot them myself and kept them in the deep freeze.
Are you ready for dinner, Mr. Gentry?
Yes, Jenny.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Jenny, use the large soup bowls, please, for Isabel.
I understand, sir.
I know you prefer them, darling.
Yes.
Something wrong, Isabel?
Paul, I just noticed You have carnations on the table.
Why, yes.
You know I don't like carnations, Paul. I don't like them at all.
Isabel, they were all I could get. I'm afraid you'll have to like them, darling.
I don't have to like anything. Have Jenny take them off the table.
Now, see here.
You'll either get rid of them, or I won't eat dinner with you. Do you hear me?
Then don't eat dinner with me, my dear. I'd like it better that way. Then I won't have to look at your bored, critical face all the time. Isabel, come back here. Come back here.
I rushed out the door and down toward the cottage. And then I remembered it had been a year to the night that Isabel had died. And then I was in the cottage where it had happened, sitting at the piano, playing her tune. There waiting. I knew that I would hear steps first, then a door. But I heard nothing. Nothing but the wind outside. And then I heard the steps. To do it this way, I had to.
Don't try to talk to me, Amy. It's all right.
Stay where you are, Pender, or I'll blow your head off.
You're wrong, Paul. It wasn't me.
Paul, darling. She was the one.
Jenny.
She tried to kill Amy the same way she killed Isabel. She thought Amy was going to take you away from her.
Amy, my darling, I'm sorry you had to go through this.
Oh, Paul, do you know who I am? Who I really am.
Yes, I know you're not Isabel. I've known all along. I had to pretend as you pretended.
Oh, I'm sorry, Paul, for the pain I've caused you.
It's all over, my darling. Ended.
Yes, Paul. It's all over. Isabel is truly,